It is. Okay, my friend. Hello, hello. Oh, what I haven't done the do not disturb thing. 1 second, 1 second. Let's see if we can prevent unwanted interruptions. I cannot because I can't get to it. Where are you? There you are. Do not disturb on the phone. Okay, we're here. All one of you. Okay, folks. I would say cheers, but I believe my friend UML doesn't partake, so I will wish him all the best, but not in an alcohol kind of way. Oh, there's a little bit more left in that can. I got that wrong. I did just buy a couple of cold ones, just again because it's so hot, folks. For the next, I don't know, we've got maybe another 2 or 3 weeks of this before it starts to get a little bit cooler. You won't be able to see from there, but down here, can you see that? There's a line here. I'm dry above, dry-ish, but below, wet through. Below the moves, the entire belly and abdomen, absolutely wringing wet with sweat. Okay, folks, give me a second and I'll just say cheers. We'll wait and see how many arrive. I don't think people were expecting this. I'm not sure how confident I was going to manage this. We are on course, we are on track, so that on Sunday we may be able to talk about the week that we're in, now. I didn't believe that I would be able to catch up on the 3 or 4 episodes, but it at least looks possible if I do this today and similarly tomorrow. Then on Sunday we could be talking about the week that's just gone. If I fail, if I don't do one tomorrow, then we will have caught up by next Sunday undoubtedly. We shall see. We shall just spend a minute or two waiting for people to arrive. I shall power up my tablet. This is for the benefit of the recording, because there's hardly anybody here. For the benefit, hello Karen. For the benefit of the recording, this is TrampCast episode 079, episode 79. Today we will be covering the week ending Sunday, July the 27th, 2025. Broadcast, I'm going to get the day right this time, Friday, August the 8th, 2025. I am Delta Mike. The channel is Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja. Down and out. That's a homeless guy, a hobo, a tramp, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Someone who sleeps rough or on the streets, or in my case, in a field. This is TrampCast. TrampCast proper, not a hangout. This is TrampCast, where we look at the successes, the failures, and the other happenings in a week in my life as a homeless Englishman, a homeless Brit, stranded by circumstances in Spain. If anybody needs the full details and the backstory, TrampCast 001. There's a link in the description about halfway down. Okay, folks, a few reminders for those of us that are here. Thumbs up if you would, always appreciated. Subscribe, maybe. If you've seen 2 or 3 or maybe 3 or 4 of my videos and you think you might like to follow the story, then hit the subscribe button if you haven't already. It helps you and it helps the channel, sends a signal to Google/YouTube that maybe there's something here that people are actually interested in. If you're here now, live, make sure that you are live. Bottom left corner, you want to see a red dot. If you join late, half an hour or an hour late, you might start at the beginning and follow along an hour behind. You'll make comments and I'll be lost. Bottom left corner, you want to see a red dot next to the word live. Everybody should have chat open. If you're here live, you want to have chat open, and you want to, well, let me get to that in a second. Everybody should have chat open. If you're here live, open chat. If you're watching this on another day, not Friday the 8th of August, you want to have live chat replay. Touch the screen, you're looking for two speech bubbles, one behind the other. That will bring up the live chat replay, and you can follow along. The chat messages will appear as they appeared at the time during the chat. Help give you some context when I'm talking back to people. In all instances, folks, whether you're here live or whether you're here watching video on demand with live chat replay, in either event, you want to select all messages. Hit the cog above chat and select all messages. You don't want top chat, that filters out about a third of messages. Even though they're benign and there's nothing kind of not suitable for work kind of thing, they just get filtered anyway. It's just a YouTube thing. So you don't want that, you want all messages. Okay. A brief overview of the running order for the show. In a moment, I will begin with the numbers round. This week, the number 79, because this is episode number 79. See how that works? Okay. After that, we'll cover the thank yous for the week in question. The week ending Sunday, July the 27th, 2025. What's that? A week and a half ago, almost 2 weeks ago now, I think. So the thank yous for the donations, the help, the gifts, the you know, everything, all the help that I received during that particular week. After the thank yous, we'll look at the themes of the week. There aren't too many, but we'll get to them, folks. We'll get to them. And then we'll take a deep dive into the events of the week itself, day by day. I'll try and keep it quick. I know sometimes it gets dragged out a little bit by chat sometimes. But because there's nobody here, there won't be many people in chat to slow things down. Maybe. Okay, and then we might take a quick look at upcoming events. What was I expecting 2 weeks ago? What was I expecting to be upcoming in the next week? Let's just put that down for a second. Take a swig of a cold beer. I did go to the shop again and get a cold one. My friend John on Merseyside, hello, hello. Karen will be in and out. Hannah's here, hello Hannah. And UML, YML. Actually, I can't see your name because you're at the top of the messages. I think that's you. And it says top fans over the top of your name. I can't guarantee it is you. Apologies if I've got the wrong person. Bloody YouTube, what can you do? Okay folks, we're about to begin. Let's just re-summarize. This is TrampCast episode 79, where we're looking at the week's event, the week ending Sunday, July the 27th, 2025. We're broadcasting here today, Friday, August the 8th, 2025. And here we go. Let's begin with the numbers round. This is episode 79. So, some facts related to the number 79. One of them isn't, but you'll see why when we get there. The number 79 is a prime number. It's also what's called an emirp number. Now if I spell emirp, you might get a clue. E-M-I-R-P. Or if I spell that backwards for you, P-R-I-M-E. So the number 79 is prime. Emirp is the word prime backwards. You see where we're going to go? 79, switch the reverse the digits to 97, which is also prime. So if you can reverse the digits of a number and get another prime number, mathematicians love to play with this shit. They call that an emirp number. It's a prime number because when you move it backwards, it's an emirp number because when you reverse the digits, the number you get is also a prime. So both numbers, 79 and 97, are only divisible by the number 1 and themselves. They have no other divisors. The number 79 is the 22nd prime number and the 10th Emirp number. Okay. It is also, the number 79, we did this one a while back. It's a sexy prime. Oh, ooh la la. No, it's just sexy as in 6. The number 79 is 6 numbers away from 73, which is also a prime number. So when you get a pair of prime numbers that are 6 apart, they call it a sexy prime. Those mathematicians and their sense of humour. You got to remember, mathematicians, like statisticians, they do it with models. Okay. I've always liked that one. Mainly because I was a statistician in the government once upon a time. Okay, here we go, folks. One of the most famous years in history, 79 AD. Anybody know why? I'll give you a second if anybody can type it into chat quickly. 79 AD in modern day Italy. Vesuvius, folks. Vesuvius erupted. The Romans cleared off. No. Mount Vesuvius erupted and buried Pompeii and what was the other one? It's listed here somewhere. Herculaneum, which was another nearby town or city. Here we go. Some nice big words. I like my nice fancy words. Pyroclastic. Pyro meaning fire or hot, and clastic, I don't know. I didn't look that up actually. I should have looked that up. It was a pyroclastic flow. So a pyroclastic flow is a type of volcano eruption where it's not so much the lava that gets you. Gases permeate the rocks and the soil. Also, Vesuvius is covered in snow, which would have melted with the heat. So you've got steam embedded in the rock, in the rubble, and the whole thing flows like a liquid, which is why it's called the pyroclastic flow. The whole thing breaks up into, you've got ash, you've got rubble, you've got the melted water and the steam, and the whole side of the volcano tumbles down the mountainside kind of thing and into town. It literally, it's like a boiling liquid rock, but not liquid as in magma. Just the way the whole thing breaks up and flows. Towering columns of hot gases reaching the stratosphere, and yeah, and all that rock and moisture and steam and everything. So much so, guys, that this type of eruption is now called a Vesuvian eruption. It's geologists or whoever, whatever science we're talking about, have named that whole pyroclastic flow kind of thing. It's got the sobriquet, it's got the name of a Vesuvian type eruption. Now here we go. The 79 AD eruption of Mount Vesuvius involved multiple pyroclastic flows. The impact on Pompeii and Herculaneum. Try saying that one after a beer. Yeah, the towns were buried in hot ash and debris and the flow of rock and everything that went in. The nature of the flows. Pyroclastic flow is incredibly dangerous, travelling at high speeds up to 450 miles an hour. This shit travels at. So you've got steam, ash, rock and rubble, all intermingled and acting literally acting as a fluid. So the word fluid in science is used differently. You would use the word fluid to mean a literal liquid, but air, gases are a fluid. Fluid dynamics includes the air, pneumatics and all that crap. But it can also include things that flow like a liquid, which is exactly what happens in a pyroclastic flow. So incredibly dangerous. Obviously, we all know how many. You know, the entire city was almost the entire city was wiped out. Two cities. Yeah, I won't go into the details of some of that because it's a bit gory. But as I said, the word Vesuvian is used to describe these types of eruptions now. Now, here's the one that's not 1979, but it only missed by a few months. I tried to tie this together. 1979, I tried to tie it into, but it's not. For those of us that are of an age that remember 1980 and an American volcano, Mount St. Helens, produced pyroclastic flows during its 1980 eruption. So it was 1979 plus 3 or 4 months. So I'm gonna claim it here and now. I could have held it over for the next episode, but I'm gonna claim it now because it ties in with what we were just talking about with pyroclastic flows. It's my fucking, what are we calling this? Is this a podcast? Is it a show? It's my podcast. I'll do what I want. So I'll bend the rules a little bit. These flows consisting of hot gas, ash and rock, significant part of the eruption's disruptive power, particularly on the north side of the volcano on May the 18th, 1980, and subsequent smaller eruptions throughout the summer and fall of 1980, all generated pyroclastic flows. And something called a lahar. Lahar? Don't know. Pronunciation isn't my strong point, as you could just tell by the way I said pronunciation incorrectly. Again, the heat from, this is a fairly common thing with the heat from the volcanoes melting ice and snow on the sides, because volcanoes tend to be mountainous. You've often got, do you mind? You've often got ice and snow up the top to get involved, and again the liquid getting in, the moisture getting in with the rubble or whatever. In this case, actually getting in with soil, causing mud. A lahar is like a mudslide, a volcanic mud flow. So slightly different from a pyroclastic flow that is just the liquids, the steam and rock and rubble. This is mud, soil. Volcanoes tend to be very, what's the word? They're good for agriculture. There's a lot of, you get all of those elements, all of those, your potassiums and your nitrites and your nitrates, whatever it is that plants need. It tends to be very good for soil. But if that soil gets wet and flows along with the pyroclastic flow, that's a lahar, a volcanic mudslide. Okay, so that from May right through to October 1980, that was your Mount St. Helens, which I've included here because 79 AD, 1979 plus a few months. I wangled it a little bit. Finally, folks, with a few subtopics, we have the atomic number 79. We've been waiting for this one a while, and it's given this episode its title, Golden. 79 in the periodic table with the symbol AU, gold. The AU comes from the Latin aurum, or aurum possibly, which in turn comes from a Proto-Indo-European root, basically an even earlier language than Latin, meaning yellow, to shine, to gleam, to be yellow or green. Yellow, green and gold, I guess I can kind of sort of see. I had more of an orange in mind, but yeah, gold's a funny colour. It's a transition metal known for its bright yellow colour, malleability, that's the ability to be hammered out or flattened out into a sheet, and also its ductile, its ability to be drawn out into wires or into elongated lengths. In its pure form, it is bright, slightly orange yellow, dense, soft, malleable and ductile, as I just mentioned. Bit of repetition there. Earliest known use in the Middle East, 6000 BC, or BCE if you prefer the Common Era kind of nomenclature. I don't. I go with BC because whatever. But that's 8,000 years ago, folks. That's 8,000 years ago. They were using gold. Mainly because gold is one of the metals, it's a rare metal, but it tends to be found in its native state, just as gold. It's not mixed in with other metals so much. Some silver and related metals, it does get mixed in with sometimes, but in general, it's found in its kind of raw, pure state. And a few weeks ago, it's only a few weeks ago, folks, maybe a couple of months ago, I only just read the paper. They now know why. Let me just put this down because this is interesting. I just want to go off on a tangent because that's how I am. Just wet the throat as well while I'm here. Despite being relatively rare, it's only about platinum is 30 times rarer, so it's not as rare as that. But despite being rare, it's found in clumps or nuggets. It's found in lumps and in seams. And science has only just worked out why. Why is a metal that is such low percentage of the mantle of the crust? Why is such a rare metal found in its pure form in lumps and in seams? Imagine lots and lots of little like gold particles, gold atoms spread throughout the crust. When in certain metals there's a slight electrical current generated, and this draws certain particles in, and they get drawn over millions, billions of years. They get drawn together by an electrical process, and this is why gold is found in its pure form in lumps, even though it's so rare. And we've literally only just found that out this year. It's like been a puzzle for science for however many hundreds or whatever years. However many years you think we've had science. It's been a puzzle all along. And we've only just worked out this electrical kind of electrolysis process, drawing these individual atoms together. I thought it was fascinating. But that's me. It might not fascinate you in the same way it fascinates me. I am a tramp. I live in a field. I'm fascinated by weird things that other people might not be. So, gold often occurs in three elemental native state as nuggets, grains in rocks, veins and alluvial deposits. This is the stuff in rivers. If you live near a hill or a mountain that has free running water, after a storm, you want to get out and look in the riverbed or the stream beds where the water runs, because every now and again a nugget will just pop out in that storm. The nature does the job for you. The water brings this stuff out, moves the lighter stuff aside, leaving the heavier, more dense nugget just sat there, or maybe just disturbs it a little bit and rolls it down on top of the other stuff. But that's where you look and when you look, especially if you live in an area that used to have kind of gold mines and gold prospecting. People still do this. They go out after a storm and look through the stream beds and river beds, and every now and again somebody hits jackpot. Okay, where am I? It is naturally alloyed, so mixed, just not chemically mixed, but just molten and mixed with other metals, an alloy, like copper, palladium, and within other pyrites, but that's less common than its natural raw individual state. Does occur as gold compounds occasionally, with things like tellurium and gold tellurides that would form. But here's one. Gold is resistant to most acids. This is one of the reasons it's so valuable in industry. It's resistant to almost everything. Doesn't corrode. Gets used in, we'll get to it probably shortly, gets used in satellites and things because it's an environment that would be harmful to most other metals, but gold's unreactive. The only thing less reactive was yesterday's metal, platinum. So yeah. Now there is a substance it will dissolve in, something called aqua regia, which basically means what? Royal water, I would read that as. A mixture of nitric acid and hydrochloric acid, which forms a soluble tetrachloroaurate. Aurate being a term for something including gold with the AU. But it can be recovered from that, because there was someone in the Second World War who'd had the Nobel Prize, and to get the medal, the big gold medal, out of the country, they dissolved it in a liquid, brought the stuff out, and then filtrated it or whatever, reversed the process to get the gold back, and then they went back to the Nobel, the Kalinske Institute, is it, that does the Nobel Prizes? They took the gold back and said, please can I have a new medal? Aqua regia dissolves gold. But there aren't many things that do. Now there's a thing here, nitric acid alone won't touch the stuff, but when you mix it with the hydrochloric acid, it does the job, it will do it. But there is another one. Oh, this is, okay, let's do this. So nitric acid won't dissolve gold, but it will dissolve silver and other metals. So if you've got a sample that you want testing to see how much gold is in it, dissolve it in nitric acid. Everything else goes away and you're left with the gold. And this, ladies and gentlemen, this is where we get the term, the acid test. To test for purity, the test for, for how good something is. It's literally the place we get the term acid test. Now here's another one. We use the term dissolve when we talk about acids. It's not really the correct term. When you put a metal in an acid and it disappears, it's not really dissolving, it's reacting and forming technically a salt, usually. You remember acid plus base equals salt plus water. But there's a substance you can put gold into and the gold literally dissolves, as in dissolving, not a chemical reaction, just like your coffee in water, your powdered coffee, your instant, just dissolves. It's different to a chemical reaction, and alkaline solutions of cyanide are used for this purpose, apparently. Gold also dissolves in mercury, this time forming an amalgam, which is an alloy, again a mixture, not a chemical reaction, so the gold can be recovered. 1/30th as rare as platinum, so 30 times more abundant than platinum gold. Being used, uses, coinage, jewellery, we know all these, works of art throughout recorded history. The gold standard was the basis of monetary policy for many, many years, right up until the 70s. Richard Nixon in 1971 abandoned the gold standard for fiat currency. In recent years, the world's largest gold producer, China, followed by Russia, followed by Australia. Each year there's about 200,000 tons of this stuff made. So we did, when we talked about platinum yesterday, I think it was like 200 tons per year. So we're drawing out about 1,000-fold more gold than platinum each year. Most is used, as we've said, in jewelry and just for monetary, for investment purposes, coins and the like. 10% goes to industry. 10% of gold goes to industry. The main use in industry is for electrical contacts. We got any audiophiles in the house? Audiophiles will know about gold contacts. They pay 10 times more than a cable is worth just because it's got gold connectors on it. And it's more or less debunked. Electricity flows through metals. It's yes, gold is slightly better, maybe, possibly, but not to the extent that the human ear is going to hear the difference in the music. You got other things, the quality of your speakers or headphones or whatever else. The connectors are not in the. It's a farce. It's a scam to get you to pay 10 times as much. Microphone working now, says Jack Attack. I stuck a safety pin into the 2 holes that I think are the microphones, and didn't do anything. Just popped the pin in. I didn't draw anything out. Nothing came out, but it appears to have made an improvement. I tried the sound recording app, and everything seemed okay to me. You'd have to tell me whether there's any clipping or crackling or anything, but who knows. But folks, those were quite a long episode, really, of the numbers section, because this is episode 79 of TrampCast, and those were your facts related mainly to the number 79. Okay, onwards. I'm just going to put that down for a while. I'm going to catch up with chat. I don't think there's many people here. It looks like the alerts, the whatever they call them, haven't gone out to many people today. Let me scroll back a bit. There was Karen arriving, I saw that. There was Hannah. Karen's in and out. There was John, I saw that. Rob says no crowns left. Is this a gold thing? How do you acquire a tool? How does who acquire what tool? No idea. You buy them, I think, or you make them. I don't know. Romans cleared off. That was Rob's guess for what happened in 79 AD. No, it was Mount Vesuvius. DM looks nothing like he'd be the final boss. No, I haven't got the bowl cut. I haven't got the sunglasses, and I haven't got the gold chain. He does look like a unit. I mean, the bloke does. It looks like someone you wouldn't want to mess with. The size of his shoulders and arms and the definition and everything. But I wasn't aware of the phenomenon until Rob told me about it earlier. He'd be the final boss, yeah. I once climbed partway up the volcano Tungurahua in... Fuck off, you little shit. In Ecuador, that would be. Okay, Ecuador. Don't know much about Ecuador, except it's on the equator, hence the name. D's and T's are interchangeable in many languages over time. Normally it's vowels that change amongst languages and that change over time. But certain letters, D's and T's, are often interchangeable. So you change the D to a T and you get Equator or equator. A quick pass through from Jackataki says Mike's working now. Yeah, like I said, I just stuck. Didn't draw anything out. There's no room to maneuver to. It's not like you can hook something in and draw anything out. I've got a suspicion. I can't show you, but I can demonstrate here with the tablet. Imagine the tablet's smaller, phone size. Okay, I will catch myself holding the phone like this, and you see this corner on the bottom, Well, that on the phone, that's where the microphones are. So sweat, grime, oils, normal human mammalian excretions. Not wanting to be vile about anything, but yeah, it's probably just my bodily oils and secretions that are working their way into the tiny little holes. For some reason, maybe it formed like a film over the hole, and just popping the pin in without dragging anything out, but it's just popped that. I'm guessing, I mean, who knows, I've got no fucking clue. That would be my working hypothesis. Has anybody got any clue why the numbers are so low today? Did you get alerts, or were you browsing and discovered me? I'm not sure. Normally we would have like between 15 and 20 people by now, and we're on like 6, 7, 8. And we're what? Over half an hour in. Yeah. It's a little bit, you know. You know, I like graphs and things. I like to see numbers go high. It's just it's the mathematician in me. I'm not a mathematician. I don't know. I'm a numbers freak. I watch these videos about working out how to work out the area of this area or that area within a circle or a square or whatever. Okay, folks, okay, people are starting to arrive now. We're up to 10. That's Imperial Crown Authority. Sovereign is the best. I used to have sovereigns. I like sovereign coins. And usual crackle, really? Bad enough that you want me to step out and back in? I can step out and back in if you think it'll get rid of the crackle, because we usually do. Tell me how bad it is. I'm going to go at the bottom. Not muffled, no. It's Friday, it's sunny. Probably gone to the pub, says Karen. That's a possibility, although my audience is worldwide, lady. My audience is worldwide. I think it was the pin. Because I did a sound test and it was muffled and awful. I did the pin thing, I did a sound test and it was better. I'm not sure it was perfect, but it was better. I'm going to step out, folks. I'm going to step out. Bear with me. What app have I got that I can go to? I haven't got any apps open that I can switch to easily. The weather app. Give me a second. No, that's not going to it. It's just showing me it. Reconnecting. Any better? I have to hurry up and drink my beer because I've paid for cold ones and the cold's disappearing. I'm not paying for cold and not getting the benefit of cold. It is Friday afternoon or I guess evening now, yeah. I guess if I was in normal life I'd be out by now. Or at least preparing to go out. I guess if I was working I would have stopped off at the pub on the way home. And then I'd go home and then I'd come back out 8 or 9. Back in the real world, but I'm a tramp in a field and there is no real world. The real world doesn't fucking exist. For those of you that weren't here earlier, can you see this? Does this show on the t-shirt? Do you see this light coloured material here? And then this dark coloured fucking sweaty material here. Under the moobs, under the man boobs and beyond. Fucking wet through. Sorry. Don't like to cough while we're online, but I'm human. Sometimes we have to cough, folks. Sometimes we have to cough. Alright, let's just quickly catch up. Karen is preparing, of course. Monday. Is it an early flight or late? Where are you? I don't know. I think I've read back. Okay. Karen is preparing, yeah. I'll see you soon. Probably what? You're flying out Monday, maybe Wednesday or Thursday I'll see you. Maybe. No rush. Late on Monday, okay. Alright folks, let's crack on. We're 40 minutes in. People are starting to arrive. It's only a few minutes ago we only had 5 or 6 people here, but whoa. Which way's the wind? I don't think it's under the Brolly, is it? It doesn't seem to be pulling it away from me. Okay. There is a wind. It's coming from over there. I think it's coming from over there. Okay, I think we're okay, folks. Okay. This is... What is it? 79, isn't it? Episode 79. I forgot already. all that diatribe about gold and Vesuvius and everything, and now I've forgot myself. This is episode 79 of TrampCast. We are recounting the events of the week ending July the 27th, 2025. I've written 2015 here in the title of the note. This note app is pissing me right off. I'm using it on 2 devices and it's supposed to synchronize. And every time I open a fucking note, clash! Notes are different. Shit's gone wrong. You've updated both at once. No, I didn't. Fucking, after I finish editing one, move it across to the other, and when I open the other, we should be all good. Why am I having to manually fucking decide which one to keep? That's not synchronizing. That's... When you finally return to Blighty, will you return to Yorkshire or Lancashire or Yorkshire? Lancashire in the first instance, because I have to get my money. Also family. See what the score is there. But then the world's my oyster. I could go anywhere in Britain. I don't have to go to either of those 2 places. My inclination is to go to the coast somewhere southerly. When you step off the train in London or anywhere else down south, you can feel that 4 degrees difference in temperature. And having been in Spain, I'm gonna need that warmth, I think. It's gonna take me a long time to adjust to British temperatures, I would imagine. Anyway, folks, despite the fact that I wrote 2015, I'm now going to edit that to 2025. They are just next to each other, simple typo. Probably going to cause me grief when I go back on the phone after and it tells me that the notes don't match. But anyway. Next in the running order, the Thankyous for the week ending 27th of July 2025. In the week in question, because I wasn't doing any videos, I didn't do much that particular week. Only one donation, only one PayPal donation from Richard R, who might be known to you. He was on here the other day as UK Richie. He seemed okay with telling people it was him. So normally I just give a first name and a first name and first letter, first initial of their surname. But he was on here and he said, yeah, I'm here. Here I am. So I don't think I'm breaking any privacy rules. He gave a donation that we would label around these parts as "That ain't cheap." My hand wasn't really in screen. Let me try that again. That ain't cheap. I borrowed that from Eric July. Eric D. July, if you want to go find him. Young Ripper online sometimes. Go find him. Okay, that was the one financial donation. Now, I had a number of visits here in the field to help me out that particular week. A guy called Lee appeared for the first time. Now, you heard me talk last week and maybe the week before about a chap called George. Lee is a friend and or neighbour of George. Actually lives in Australia, believe it or not. But he has a place here in Spain, I presume from before he went to Australia. I can't imagine you leave Australia to come on holiday in Spain too often. And in fact, it was his first time here since COVID. But he talked with George. George had told him about me, and then Lee came around and brought me extra water. And, always appreciated, a case of beer. Is there a theme, folks? Is there a theme? Next up, we had Karen and family, who also brought lots of water. If you remember, I'd put a shout out maybe a week earlier saying I was down to my last 10 or 15 litres of water. So having multiple people turn up bringing me 10 5-litre bottles, 8 8-litre bottles, 10 8-litre bottles, whatever. Having as many people as possible bringing me as much water as possible was a relief. I am sat on a pile of water now, probably enough to get me through, certainly through summer, through to the end of August and maybe beyond. So that's good. Thank you everyone who brought water. So Karen family brought lots of water. They brought my big tennis racket fly swatter and fly zapper that I demonstrated or displayed a few days ago. If I can, I got it here now in case we go on into the dark. I don't expect we will, but Friday night I would often do a TrampCast hangout, but this might impinge on that. But here's my electric zapper fly swatter. Put it on, zap the flies, or just put it down and wait for the flies to fly into it. It's a little bit big and a little bit for the space I've got inside the tent. It's a bit bulky. Not complaining, Karen, not complaining. But it has actually, there are a couple of dead flies trapped in it right now at the edge, fried. It's fun. Tina doesn't like it. Oh, we haven't done, you've let me go this far, folks. We're 47 minutes in. Hey babe, Tina? Hey Tina. Hey, Tina, I'm talking with Auntie Karen. Oh, you Auntie Karen. She's coming to see you next week. Oh, yeah. Oh, you've got flies on your nose, darling. Why have you got flies on your nose? Get rid. Eat them. Eat the flies. If you carry on with flies on the end of your nose, I'm going to have to come over there and help you out and get rid of them for you. She just sat there with 2 flies on her nose. Silly girl. She's just had her food just before we went live. She's got her food and water. Oh, I switched camera back to me and forgot to move it away. So you got a close up of this gargoyle. Did anybody look at the girl that was trying to catfish me yesterday? Trying to tell me how good looking I was and how unbelievable it was that I was single. Not falling for that shit. Anyway, Karen family, lots of water, fly swatter. Oh, she brought me a cable as well, a really long, I think I'm not sure if it's 3 meters or 5 meters long A to C cable. So things like this fly swatter can be at a distance away. Or I can charge my light from way away from the EcoFlow. So that was all good. A few days later, or maybe even the next day, Karen came back again on the way to the airport and brought more water. Oh, she forgot the tablet the day before. This nice new tablet. She brought it out on her last visit and kind of left it in the apartment and forgot to give it to me. So I had to wait an extra, I don't know, what was it, an extra month? And then when she was here, she kept forgetting to bring it. Thank you, Karen. I take the piss, but I appreciate you, darling. I appreciate you and the family. So the next day they're going home and they stop off here on the way to the airport, bring me the tablet, more water, and I think beer, wine and vodka. I can't quite remember exactly what, but you get the idea. A good couple of deliveries over the 3 or 4 days that they were in town. It was only a flying visit by Karen's standards. Now my friend Mark the ex-water skiing champion stopped by, I think the same day that Karen left. He was leaving the next day. So he stopped off to drop off some bits. He'd had family leave that day, and he was leaving either that day or the next. And he dropped off a donut, some mints, some biscuits. But get this, folks. He thought he was dropping off it was either a third of a bottle or a quarter bottle. He thought it was whiskey. And it was this green kind of moose head or deer head, but with the antlers right up. Wasn't whiskey. Jägermeister. We'll get to it. We'll get to it. I won't give. Suffice to say, that stuff is so Moorish. Once you pop, you can't stop. Your whiskies and vodkas and things, I can just have a nip, have a sip, you know, a little, and then come back a week later and have some more. Like Karen dropped off wine with me, and it was a month later that I drank it. Stuff can just sit there forever. Jägermeister, not so much. It's so sickly, treacly sweet. It's like cough medicine. It's almost like, it's like a herbal Coca-Cola, only more viscous and more treacly. It's lovely, is what I'm trying to say. The quarter bottle, if that's what it was, went in a day. Well, it went the same day. How many subscribers have I just lost? The wino in the field telling everyone about the alcohol that you got that day. Yeah. So my mate Mark, donut, mints and biscuits is what I'm going to mention. I won't mention the Jaeger again. And then later in the week, a guy called Christian I've mentioned before. Used to share an apartment with him for 3 years. We were so close for a while that I called him Daddy Christian to Tina. Whereas I call my close friends, they get called uncle or auntie. You know, Auntie Karen. Yeah. But he was Daddy Christian to Tina because we lived in his house, in his apartment. We lived there for 3 years. He had a dog. I was Daddy, real name. It's not Mike, but I was Daddy to his dog. We both said if anything happened to either of us, we'd look after each other's dogs. You know, if need be. That friendship kind of didn't last because, well, you can tell I'm living in a fucking field, right? You know what I mean? But anyway, he stopped by one day and brought a dozen cold beers. He just got his benefits money through, and he stopped off here with some beers, and we made an afternoon of it. A little bit of an Indian giver, if that's not racist. It probably is, but he kind of, you know, you bring 12 beers, but you drink 8 of them or 9 of them yourself. He was drinking so much faster than me. I mean, he always did, but yeah. But I think we're on the way to patching that relationship to some degree. He brought cold beers and we sat down and we had an afternoon of company, good laughs, remembering old times, and our dogs, you know, getting on with each other again after a break of a few years. So folks, for the week ending the 27th of July, those are the thank yous. Thank you to each one of those people. To Richard for the That Ain't Cheap PayPal donation. To Lee for the water and the beer. To Karen and family, just for everything. Karen's in the thank yous almost every week. The water, the fly swatter, the cables, the bits of food, the breakfast sandwiches, the hot coffee, the vodka, the brandy, I didn't mention the brandy before, did I? It's sounding even worse now, isn't it? Wine and cola and more food and more sandwiches, everything that you do. Thank you, darling. Thank you. to Mark for the donuts, mince, biscuits, and yes, the Jägermeister. And to Christian for the cold beer and the company. Thank you, everybody. Themes for the week, folks. Themes for the week in question. Friends leaving the country. I just mentioned Karen and family. Karen and her fellow left. Only a flying visit. They were only here 4 or 5 days. I think 4. So it's always a little sad when people leave the country. I always feel a little lost and lonely. Karen left, and the next morning I think it was that Mark left, and I'm left looking around thinking, who's here? Who's in country at the minute? What word would you? Friends, obviously. Well, I'm looking for a secondary word. Supporters, helpers, people I could turn to in an emergency. Who's here? Not so many. People cycle in and out, obviously. I've got, I don't know, probably a list of heading up for 10 people that that are sometimes here, sometimes not. It's always nice when there's 2 or 3 in country at the same time. And when there's not, and when you step back and think, oh, okay, for the next month or 6 weeks or whatever, I'm here alone. Causes a little bit of pause for thought. Not too much, you know what I mean? I'm a big strong boy. Look after myself in most ways. But it is just worth remarking that the thought crosses my mind that suddenly late July and into August there's nobody here. It's too hot. Nobody wants to be here. My Irish friends leave because it's too hot. Scandinavian friends that are based here, you know, that basically live here, they go back to Norway, Sweden, Finland for summer because it's too hot here. They'll come back in winter or late autumn. So it just causes that pause for thought. It just causes that pause for thought. Other themes for the week, folks. My new tablet that my friend Karen brought. I find this unbelievable, folks. I do. The amount of support that they give me. She's like, oh yeah, no, I've got 2 tablets just lying around. Do you want one? She's got a phone contract, and the whole family, they've got like 5 or 6 phones plus internet TV and the internet package. It's all one package. And every year or 2 they send them new gizmotrons, new. Just have a tablet. Have a Samsung Galaxy A9 tablet. She thought she had a use for it with a family member. It didn't work out from what I can tell, and she brought it to me. I had to do the factory reset and clear everything off and make a new start. It's a little bit of a faff. It actually will take a SIM card and be a phone if you want it to be, but can you imagine that's your phone? It's got cameras front and back, but there's no flash, there's no brightness, there's no light to turn on. But you can stick, if my phone breaks, and let's face it, we've just had the scare this week with my phone not behaving as it should. If my phone stops working, as long as the phone's still in my possession, safety pin, pop the SIM card out, move it over here, back up and running in no time. As last night, I actually surprised myself 15 minutes into a stream that had been silent the whole way, and I just said goodbye to everyone and fucked it off. Didn't think I was going to get back online, and I gave it a go with a tablet. I tried with a tablet and it failed. The buttons were off the screen. But after I ended the stream here and tried it here, it worked 2nd or 3rd time around. I got online and we did, what did we do last night, folks? 5.5 hours was it? Finishing at 4 in the morning. What the absolute I didn't think I had anything to talk about, and we knocked 5.5 hours out. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I don't know what we talk about. I don't know how we pad the time. I don't know what we do or how we do it. For a guy who hid from cameras his whole life, for the guy who, when the class photos were done, other kids in the class returned the class photo because of the ugly guy on the front row. Literally. Did that, told me that that's why they were returning it. My dad says, no, we don't want the picture, not with that ugly sod on the front row. Told me, told the teacher read out that reason. Yeah, those were good moments. That guy avoided cameras his entire life. If someone pulled a camera out, back when cameras were cameras, separate devices, someone pulled a camera out in a pub, I'd duck out or go to the loo. I wouldn't be in those pictures. I'd go out into the car park or stand outside in the smoking shelter even though I don't smoke. For me to be on camera and talking to people amazes me. I don't understand how this happened. I mean, I know the story. I mean, you know what I mean? Don't get me wrong. I know how it happened. It just amazes me that it happened. Anyway, let me just put that down. I'm gonna get a drink. I'm going to. I'm gonna scroll through the chart and see where we are. Needs an air bike or balloon first. Is that to actually get back to the UK? Is that Sign of Nature? Were you Steve? Am I remembering the right one, or was that someone else? This memory, it's bad. If you get a two-seater, I don't know what an air bike is, mate. I've never heard that term. Can a dog fit on? What's an air bike? Yeah, says Rob. I've never speeder bike. I don't even know what that means. Speeder bike, air bike. Are we on water? Are we? Is it like an aquaplaning, like a jet ski, but on a ski? Is that what we're doing? I don't know. Air bike's not something I know. This isn't the Karen show. It always is. You almost always get a mention in the thank yous. Week in, week out. It's a rare week. Somebody should look back and catalogue. We should make a separate playlist. The TrampCasts where Karen doesn't get a mention in the thank yous. It wouldn't be a very long playlist. There'd be about 2 episodes in it, I think. Rob thinks it's him that's mixed up. I'm lost. Are you mixing up weeks or repeating them? I don't think so. www. World Wide Web? I'm lost, Rob. I'm lost. You've lost me, my friend. It will have to be helium number 2, not hot air. How do you make helium land? Oh, you have to release the helium and just let it go, don't you, to land? Whereas hot air, you can release the hot air, or it will just cool naturally over time. I don't know. Definitely not hydrogen. That'll just go up, up, and up. And the overhead power cables in the field. I'd have to come and find you on the beach or something. You wouldn't come to the power cut one night only with a chainsaw. We can make it look like these trees fell onto the power lines and brought them down. It's nothing to do with us. Yellow submarine. Submarine would be good if you can get one. I was thinking you could call some chaps in Hereford and the Hereford Gun Club, as Jeffrey Archer used to call them, the Hereford Gun Club. They're good at extracting hostages. To the Hereford Gun Club and their clock tower, and all of those who are sadly listed on the clock tower. No, it's not a winged dagger. It's a flaming Excalibur. Otherwise, forget Lancashire. I have no real links to Lancashire other than my immediate family. My brothers, basically my brother. My sister's moved back the other side of the country. Yeah, it's just my brother and my mum's house. That's all that's there. Let's see if we can get a percent. And €50 notes. Sign of nature. I'm not cheap as a lawyer. I've got no idea where we're going here, guys. Bring back English cheese. Who took it away? Cheddar, finest in the world. I like Cheshire as well. Wensleydale. Stilton. That's ours, isn't it? That's British. Stilton. I like that. People's lawyer. What is this? SBS would be better. Yeah, okay. They were a branch of at one point, weren't they? Yeah, going way back. Flying bike. I've never heard of this. Chitty chitty bang bang. Where's Caractacus Potts when you need him? Toot, sweet, toot, sweet. The wonderful whistle, the whistle you eat. You're truly scrumptious. You got me singing. I don't sing. I do dance, but only after 8 pints. And then I do the gallon gallop home. You have to. I am the inventor of the gallon gallop. I used to live about, roughly speaking, a mile from the pub I drank in, and the rule was, on a Friday and Saturday night, drink at least 8 pints of beer, so you've got your gallon, and run home in one go. No stopping in between. No. Go. The gallon gallop. I am the originator. I have the right to remain silent. I'd like the right to remain in Spain, but I'd like to remain in Spain, but the rain in Spain falls mainly on me. There's a whole playlist, folks. The rain in Spain falls mainly on me. All the storms and the damage and all the times the tents taken damage, all the times the tents let water in. The rain in Spain falls mainly on me. Sign of nature is in Leicestershire. Leicestershire. When Leicester won the Premiership a few years back, probably just after I got into this country, hearing the foreigners trying to pronounce it. Leicestershire. Leicestershire. Always funny. Leicester, England, not USA. Yeah, well, every English town has got at least 20 American equivalents. Every one of them. And what's even worse, Lancaster County. You've misunderstood something, guys. If you've got a place called Lancaster County, like Pennsylvania and wherever, you've fucked up. The county that has Lancaster is Lancashire. Shire, meaning an area controlled by a sheriff, a sheriff, the area controlled by a sheriff. Lancashire, not Lancastershire, not Lancaster County, Lancashire. But anyway, what can you do? The caster meant castle. If you haven't got the castle, you don't get the caster. We should try and educate our American cousins. Brownstone? As in the buildings? Or is that a town? The Americans, they have these stone buildings in big cities like New York and stuff, don't they, that they call brownstones. But I'm not sure if it's that spelling, like Ava Braun Brown, or the word brown. Let me scroll. 2016. It was that was the year I came out here. It was that Branston. Okay, all right. 1992 champions. Branston girl. I don't know where we're going. Your mum was a Branston girl or a Brownston girl. I'm just over in Kirby Muxlow. No idea, guys. No idea. Right, we have to crack on. We are on an hour and 11. It is 1940. Did I just say 1941? In another minute, the Yanks might start joining us. Boom, boom. Don't mention the war. I mentioned it once, but I think I got away with it. Right, folks, we finished with the themes, I think, unless there's any that I kind of missed. We're at that time when the flies start to get a bit vampirous. Vampiric. Probably a better word than vampirous. Vampiric. Piccalilli. I love me some Piccalilli. I haven't had any in years. If anybody's here in Spain and you see Piccalilli, get me some. Do us a favour. Or Branston pickle. Don't think I've seen that either. Okay, folks. If you're sitting comfortably, I've just slobbered. If you're sitting comfortably, then I will begin. Most weeks, we begin with the Sunday after the TrampCast. If you remember from yesterday, I said that the week we were talking about yesterday, the previous week to this, I didn't do a TrampCast. Wasn't in the mood. Hot and sweaty, writing out the notes. Da 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 da. Didn't do a TrampCast. So there is no after TrampCast. There is no Sunday night. I'm not even sure. I don't even know whether we did a TrampCast hangout that night or not. I haven't got a note of it if we did. Castle not too far away. Submarine can hide in moat. There's no castle, there's no moat. Where are you? I've got no idea what you guys are talking about. And I'm not sure if Sign of Nature confirmed for me whether he was Steve or whether that was somebody else. Okay, folks, let's begin with the Monday of the week in question. The week would have been beginning, probably, if I can do my maths, the week would have been beginning Monday the 21st, maybe? So this is the week ending the 27th. Walk Tina at 06:50, early morning walk. She's been having the most, at this occasion, she'd had the most incredible bad farts all night. I was constantly checking whether she'd shat herself. It was so fucking noxious. So after the dog walk, coffee first thing. I was going to have early morning egg and chips, but decided to wait until later. Had to close the fly screen, the mosquito net on the door. Only one door's got one. Had to close it. So many flies first thing in the fucking morning. Maybe because of her noxious emissions, you know? They're attracted to certain smells and chemicals. If you remember the week previous, Karen had brought me a new cable for the solar panel to the EcoFlow. So we're all sorted with that. Is that right? I think that was the week before. Unless it was earlier this week, we'll get there. Might have been this week. I might be getting ahead of myself. Plugged in the EcoFlow. We're only getting 10 watts. It's a bit cloudy to begin with. But by 10 to 9 we're getting 60 watts, and so we're already on top of things. But the tent is getting so hot first thing already. Long hot day, and during the day, these are my few notes for the day. If you remember, I'm in a bit of a depression here. I'm in a bit of a slump. I'm not making that many notes. But at some point in the day, a cunt just walks into the camp and starts talking to the dog. Weird. She's barking and howling at him, but he's confident and he just handles it. And then he's looking around. Is he sizing the place up? What's he after? Is he what you want? What's going on? No idea. I'd come out and just make my presence felt. And he goes, because you would. Most people would. Once I challenge them, they're not going to hang about. But I was suspicious. Is he casing the joint? Is he looking around? What does he want to see? But at night, we're eaten alive again by the flies and the mosquitoes. I said last night, there's this 2.5 hour period just before the sun goes down, and maybe half an hour after. Not good. We've been eaten alive by the flies. That's the main thing. And at this point, we didn't have fly spray still. It's one of the things Karen brought that I didn't mention. So that's Monday night into Tuesday morning, 2 a.m. Tina goes crazy. Tina goes absolutely like she's trying to rip her way out of the fucking tent crazy. Bearing in mind the back legs don't work, so it's not like she can stand up and run or anything, but she's trying to get outside. Somebody's lurking somewhere nearby. She's not happy with it. So obviously we go outside. Always move towards trouble, friends. Always move towards trouble. If there's trouble there, better to meet it out there than have it come to you and meet you inside your little fucking nylon pretend house. Go towards trouble every fucking time. So while I'm walking her, there's this guy walking towards me down the track. And he makes a point of walking like right at, you know those cunts that, they see you there, but they don't move around, they don't, whatever you do, they're coming right at you. He gets about 2 meters away. He's so pissed. He hasn't noticed there's a dog. Tina makes her presence felt. Even though I'm carrying the back end, she's still got a fucking bitey end, doesn't she? Tina barks right at him and snaps at him. She doesn't, not serious. She's not nipping him. She's not biting. But he goes around. He hadn't noticed there was a fucking dog. He was so close. I'll tell you what I was about. Did you watch the Charlie Veach video where his bodyguard slapped a guy in the face and then kicked him in the chest and put him on the ground? I was about to do that when the dog got in the way. Tina handled it. He had no clue there was a fucking dog there. How drunk do you have to be? He was deliberately, I'd maneuvered to bypass him, and he'd staggered back into my way. And it wasn't that like in a doorway where you accidentally do the dance and get in each other's way. It wasn't that. He was being a deliberate cunt. So he was about to get put on the ground anyway, but Tina made her presence felt, and and we avoided the need for I think she's eating a beetle. She's found something on the ground. What is it, babe? What you found? What are you eating? She's found something nasty to eat. It looks yuck. Whatever it is. But she's nibbling at it and putting it back down and then pawing at it. It's like rubbing it in the mud and then having another go at it. I'm not going to show you because it doesn't look nice. Anyway, so this is 2 in the morning and I've got this fucking idiot. I assume that he's the reason that Tina had been barking kind of 2 minutes earlier or 5 minutes earlier, whatever it had been. Anyway, that's the incident over. He goes his way, we do our walk and come back. But he literally didn't notice her until she's trying to bite him. Into the morning proper. And, 8 o'clock, 9 o'clock, whatever time it is. Forecast says maybe 4 or 5 degrees cooler on this day than the previous day. So only 30, 31 degrees, not the crazy 36, 37 that we'd been experiencing at that time. Looks kind of cloudy, a little bit patchy. Some of the clouds look really dark and heavy, like rain clouds. But they're relatively small. It's not like the whole sky's dark. But there's a chance of rain. But, yeah. And this is the day, I mentioned him earlier in the Thankyous. This is the day that the Australian... He's English, but living in Australia. But come to Spain on holiday. And Lee, the friend of George, comes by, brings lots of water and drops off a 12-pack of beer. Always nice. Now while I'm stood talking to him, we did stand and talk for quite a while, and I brought the water round and what have you, but I suddenly felt really, really faint, like low blood sugar. I'd not eaten properly for a day or 3, and I literally, while I was standing talking to him, I said to him at one point, sorry mate, I'm gonna have to go and like lie down. I'm lie down before I fall down. Something's not right. But I appreciate, thank you Lee, if you are out there, the water and the isotonic drink that you delivered. Always appreciate some water infused with some carbohydrates and a bit of yeast extract. You know where I'm going, folks. But yeah, I had to go sit down in the end. And then the weirdo, the guy that come into the camp the day before, comes back again. You'll have seen him a few days ago when I did a TrampCast and someone was making coffee here. This was my first proper meeting with him. I'd had the day where he'd come and he was talking to the dog, and I'd fucked him off and got him a leave. And he came back the next day and he's asking for water. And so I get some a bottle of water, cold water. No, hot water. Oh, all right. And he starts waving this bag of coffee. And I'm like, oh, all right. And I get my little pan and let me see if I can show you. See what you make of this. The espresso pot there, the stovetop espresso thing, ignore that, that's his. The pot next to it is mine, that pan. That's what I boil water in for brews. I put water in, I start the fire, and suddenly he says, no, that's for the dog. He thinks that's a dog bowl. The pan with the lid. He thinks that's a dog bowl. And he says no. And it turns out he's got these coffee grounds, whatever you want to call them. He hasn't got a cafetiere. He hasn't got a pan, he hasn't got a sieve, he hasn't got How are we going to use those and hot water to make coffee without any kind of filtration? It's only a couple of days later he came back and brought this stovetop espresso thing. I got no idea what he was playing at or what he was after. Why did he decide that that very nice pan over there, that pan and lid, why did he decide that that was a dog bowl? And that was like, what, trying to poison him or something? Very strange. Homeless people, folks, don't have anything to do with the twats. They're very strange people. I have very little to do with them. You see the irony, the juxtaposition of me and homeless people. But yeah. Yeah, so he wants ground coffee, no filter, no cafetiere, no... But he's definitely the guy that came into the camp the day before and was looking around and poking around. And he's been... Well, he got to the point where he was coming here twice a day, most days. You remember the one where I was doing a TrampCast hangout from in my bed? Got to 11:30 at night, and 11:30 at night, and the cunt turned up wanting to make coffee with my water and my gas at 11:30 at night, and I was having to get out of bed and he wanted me to give him my lighter. No, not after dark, fuck off. It's cheeky enough coming twice a day using my water, my gas, my everything. Fuck off. Coming at midnight or close to midnight, my water, my gas, my lighter. He's since bought his own lighter. But that just means he can come here and do things when I don't even know. Potentially. Another day, another TrampCast, says Thomas. Hello, Thomas. Yeah, I'm trying to catch up, aren't I? I was 3 or 4 weeks behind. If I can do this today and another one tomorrow, then on Sunday we'll be up to date, and I will be talking about the 7 days that we just had. And then we'll be back to once a week. And you'll miss me. I'm sure you'll miss me. Oh, trousers are sticking to my legs. And guys, I paid for cold beer and the cold is gone. Can I get a refund? The beer's still here. It's the cold that's gone. Where are you, Ryan? Rob Ryan. What's all this about a cemetery? Brownstone's a place, and you were the postman there for a while. I don't know what Keith means. What does KEEF mean? Is that a name, like Keith, Keith? Bankers Wharf, still a big place. Castle not far, submarine can hide in the moat. Muxlow, Kirby Muxlow. We've got some interesting names for places in Britain. Gilbert's Law is in your hands. Take responsibility, find solution and own the outcome. My favourite free man of the land. Oh fuck. I'll get in a canoe and we'll just paddle back to Blighty. And you know what'll happen? I'll get within sight of the fucking White Cliffs of Dover and the Royal Navy will sink me because they'll have had a sudden change of policy about sinking the fucking boats. Yeah, they charge extra here for the cold ones. I thought he charged an extra quarter, but it's an extra 10 cents per can, which is about a quarter if the beer is 40 cents, which is roughly how it works out for the cheap own brand stuff that I drink. But yeah, most of it is just piled by the doorway. The building itself is aircon, so it's not warm. It is kind of below room temperature. But I've lost myself. I've just scrolled the page without knowing it. Don't know where I am. Visit by weirdo, same guy as yesterday. Yeah. Okay, here we go. So this is a Tuesday. Karen and family. I think they flew out on the. Can't remember if it was the Sunday or the Monday. They came to see me on the Tuesday. Brought me loads of water because they thought I was low. They didn't know I'd had the delivery from the other guy. And other guys. I'd had George and Lee by that point. Brought me loads of water, some food, powdered mashed potato. Yeah, okay, the mashed potato sachets, and powdered soups, but they also brought me some bread, a couple of baguettes, I think it was. Breakfast sandwiches, so baguettes with bacon and egg or whatever on already. Case of beer and 2 cold beers to have there and then. No more than 2, you see, folks. This is a mistake I made. I bought 3, and they're warm by the time you get to the 3rd. They don't stay cold long enough. And I've been trying to rush them down to get them while they're cold. Where are we here? Oh, this is Tuesday. This is them about to go home. Hold on. So anyway, yeah, breakfast sandwiches, case of beer, 2 cold beers. They're going home the next day. Literally just a flying visit. But they'll be back in a few weeks, which is... Now is a few weeks. Because we're behind. They're about to go back again. But nice of them, making sure I had enough water to survive. I thank everybody who responded to my... It wasn't a desperate plea for water, but it was an alert that, guys, me and the dog are going through 6 litres a day, and we've got like 15 litres. And I can't get anywhere. I've had people give me grief. I've had people say I'm lying and that I could easily get... Mercadon is only 1 kilometre that way. It is. It's a 10-minute walk. 10 minute there, 10 minute around the shop and the checkout, and 10 minute back. That's 30 minutes. Disabled dog. Separation anxiety. Barks once a second, every second I'm not here. There's a lot of seconds in 30 minutes. About 1800. How long before someone calls the police? When they get to 1500, 1600, 1700 barks from a dog. How much? What happens when I get charged with cruelty for leaving my dog alone tied to a tree? You wouldn't think Spain would be one for animal cruelty laws, but they do actually have them. How they get around some of the other stuff, I've no fucking idea, but they have introduced these laws in recent years. Woe betide someone who gets angry and who gives their dog a slap on the head or smacks its backside when it's shit somewhere it shouldn't have shit. Or ripped the tent apart. Give her a slap while somebody's walking past who sees, and you're in all sorts of trouble. Stand on her accidentally while walking because you're carrying her and it's all a bit underfoot and little narrow snickets and ginnels and pathways. Step on her accidentally and have her howl or whimper, and someone's walking past and they think you've kicked your dog and you've got the police on top of you. You haven't explained yourself. All of these things are possibilities that you want to avoid. Not easy. You can't beat boiling lager. Is that a brand name, or are you describing the fact that I've been drinking hot beer recently? Beer fridges. In a bar, in a pub, the cellar's, what, 4 or 5 degrees cooler than room temperature anyway, isn't it? But yeah, if you're in like a supermarket or a shop, they need to be refrigerated. Even bitter, even a can of bitter needs to be cool. I'm getting a cat. Where did that come from? That's a little bit... Oh, because I'm talking about a dog. Got 9 spare kittens. As I was travelling to St Ives, I met a man with 7, wasn't it? 7 wives. Each wife had 7 something. Each something had 7 something. The wives, the cats and dogs, kits, how many were travelling to St Ives? 1. Me. I. Everyone else was leaving. Tina girl, shush, shush, shush. It's okay. Tina girl, quiet, quiet. Tina's okay. Daddy's okay. And I've managed to not dox myself. Tina! Tina! Basta! Suficiente! Camate, amiga mia. Oi! That's enough. It's all good. There's a good girl. No. Just as I said, there's a good girl. She flares up again. Fucking flies! What time is it? 8. I gotta go well about 9:30 for this shit to stop. I got another hour and a half, folks. I'm gonna take the tennis racket of death. And I'm gonna put it on the floor between my legs. 50,000 volts wrapped around my balls. What could possibly go wrong? Fried nads. The pub became a funeral parlour in, oh, now there's no N in it. It's not Brownstone, it's just Branston. To be or not to be, that is the question. Whether it is nobler to suffer the outrageous fortunes of slings and arrows, or to take arms and in doing so oppose them. They didn't think I was a Shakespearean, a thespian. I am a lesbian. By modern definitions. There is an N in Branston, okay. Next up will be Ill Met by Moonlight, Titania. Do you want any other quotes? That was not Othello, that was a Midsummer Night's Dream with Oberon. Oberon and Titania, I think. The King and Queen. And Puck, the guy that methinks he's enamoured of an ass. I know far too much Shakespeare for my own good. Okay, folks, let's get on with this shit. Karen and family, loads of water. This is them. It's just the day before they leave. This is the day before they leave. Making sure I had enough water to survive. Bringing the fly swatter, the tennis racket, blah blah. But they did forget the. Oh, and this is when they brought me the glasses. I made a little note here. Slightly underpowered, but possibly my fault for a miscommunication. But maybe my eye muscles will adapt, and I think that's happening, folks. I don't struggle as much to read things, except there's this one thing in chat that the time is it's a mid-grey on a dark grey background. Not enough contrast. It's not that I can't read that size, I can. There's just no fucking contrast. I mean, that's just bad web design, or it was just bad design. No website I built would have ever done that shit. No business, no commercial website I had anything to do with would have tolerated that. That would have failed our accessibility audit. No way we'd have put up with that shit. Mid-grey on a dark grey background. You want to be white or a bright silver grey at least. Mid-grey on dark grey just isn't, especially with a small little timestamp, small little text. The smaller the thing, the more contrast you need to make it pop. Anyway, pair of glasses, yeah. She forgot the tablet again at this point. Yeah, I've mentioned that already. I'm not going to keep harping on that. One more chance tomorrow on the way to the airport, I wrote here in the notes. I stood the tennis racket fly killer thing up and had a periodic firework display for the rest of the day and through the night. Very bright blue light at night. It kind of feels... I don't need much in the way of extra lighting at night. That bright blue is... you can't have it on and not have the bright blue light. I'm not sure if that's meant to attract the flies. I don't know if there's an ultraviolet element to it that's meant to draw them in. But it is what it is, and I enjoy it and like it. Tina hates it. She doesn't understand snap, crackle, pop. It's like fireworks, it's like thunder, it's like engines backfiring on the main road. She hates them all. I think she hates buses. I think their engine, I think she can hear the individual, not the tappets, but the individual explosions from the sparking of the spark plugs. I think she can hear the individual explosions. She hates buses for some reason. But the previous night, before we had the tennis racket, I'd been eaten alive and Tina had been plagued by flies and mosquitoes and things. After we got the tennis racket, there's very little. A few snap crackle pops over there. I might get one bite 2 or 3 nights a week, but down from 3 bites every night. Massive difference. Incredible difference, really. I also, though, because Tina gets frightened, I also get the benefit of my girl crawling up on the bed to come and be cuddled and to lay down next to me. All summer long, she's wanted cool plastic under her. Her preference was for cool plastic, and maybe the breeze from under the door. I always leave the bottom of the door open, and she can sneak out if she needs to. If I've mistimed anything or got anything wrong, or if she's got an upset stomach, she can get out. But because she's been frightened, she's been up on the bed, which she only does in winter normally, or autumn and winter. So that's been nice for me. I've got my girl back. She has a terrible habit of laying either fucking widthways across the bed and leaving no room, or if she does lie next to me, she'll push backwards. She'll push her back into me and into me and into... I almost drop off the fucking side of the bed. Or the other one, she spins around, she's got her head by my feet, and I'm left cuddling the arse end. These are all the downsides of life with Tina. I love it a bit. It's terrible when she's got a bad arse on her though, when she's gaseous. When I'm cuddling the arse end and the vapours are emitting. Anyway, enough about all this. This was Karen and all the goodies Karen had brought me this day and the benefits that we reaped from those immediately. Now this was the day that the kiosk, the German, there's a little bar diagonally across this field on the main road. Maybe 300 metres diagonally. There's a little German kiosk. A little kiosk bar run by German people and German flags and things, and they're like the Europop, which is trashy kind of plinky plonky music, and there's somebody that works there who likes to just turn it up 3 times louder than everybody else. I made a video a couple of weeks ago of it. I didn't put, there was no real story, there wasn't a long enough video to it, but 3 o'clock in the morning, I had the tablet about half a meter. I'm laying down in bed with the video playing, audio. I think it's an audio book or whatever, and from 300 meters away was louder than my tablet from half a meter away. Torrevieja supposedly has really strict laws about noise at night. You do what you want up until about 11. It's a free for all up to 11. Beyond 11 and certainly beyond midnight, oof, no, tough rules. Allegedly, unless there's a backhander going somewhere. How they get away with being that loud for that long, that often through summer, I've no idea. There are no licenses you can get that allow you to be that loud, that late, that often. No licenses at all. There's houses all around them. Somebody must have complained at some point. Nothing. Nothing. If I made a tenth of that noise for a tenth of the time, a tenth as frequently, I'd be locked up. Weird. Weird. Rachel Zegler, yeah? Weird. What have I got? It's around the corner, look. Oh, I can't reach it. Have I got something? I didn't think this through, did I? I had to put something on the floor in the shade while the sun was still out. And then I've had to move my chair in here with the parasol, sombrilla. I couldn't reach my beer. This is the last one of the ones I paid for that were cold, and it's now just normal temperature. So that's 10 cents wasted. Okay, folks, let me have a quick cheers to everybody who's hit the I say everybody who's hit the thumbs up. It's not many of you, is it? What are you playing at? What the fuck is this? It's free. It doesn't cost you to hit the thumbs up, folks. There were 14 of you. 2 of you just ran away because I asked you to click the thumbs up. You don't like people that are that desperate, eh? I'll give you 10 seconds to hit the thumbs up. Hit the like button and I will toast you. All of the people that have hit the like button I shall toast and say cheers to. Hola, buenas tardes. Tina, leave the ladies alone. Nice people. Leave the nice people alone. Buenas. Tina, cálmate, amiga mía. Tranquilo. Para, Tina. Stop. Bad girl. Chica mala. Mal chica. That's the extent of my Spanish, folks. Talking to the dog, and even that, someone will come and correct me in a minute and tell me I got half of that wrong. Okay, folks. Cheers to everybody who did just hit the subscribe button. Not the subscribe button, I've said it wrong again. Fucking doesn't work some days. Cheers to everybody who hit the like button, the thumbs up. Thank you guys. Cheers, appreciate you. I'll have a quick scroll and see if I've missed anything. Mosca con cojones. Flies with balls. Yeah, brave flies. Is that because it was dead? Why is that? Is that a fly on my nose? They're yours. Leave them on the bench at the castle. You guys are talking amongst yourselves about some pub in some town I've never heard of. Delivery cost plus cat making it 9. No. One day I'm going to look that way and it'll be the police again, and we'll be doing a live stream and I'll just turn the camera and say hello to them. That won't be my first time live streaming the police. Tina, calm down, darling. You got yourself in a Tina tangle. It's okay. You didn't make any noise while it was going past. Now it's 100 yards away. You want to be a bitch about it. Shush. Stop. Doesn't make any sense. Doesn't make any sense. You sat there and watched it go past and didn't bark. You waited till it's in the distance and now you're back. What's wrong with you? That's crazy. Dog. Okay, folks. Where am I? I'm trying to catch up. 9 times 9 equals 81 lives. If you've got 9 cats, I guess it does. I can't read anything on a phone if the sun's out, not even the time. I struggle. That's why I have the parasol. Sombrilla. I have adaptive brightness, but even when it's up full, I have to head towards the tent and catch some shadow. So, or you ever do this one, where you put it under the t-shirt and then stick your head down here, just to have a. I used to have to do that just to see the brightness, so that I could adjust the brightness manually, so I could have a chance of seeing it when I was out. Yeah. I am that guy. Who gave Tina her name and why? Asks Oscar. Hello, Oscar. Is this my first time seeing you here today? Tina, when I got her, she had a passport from Albox. A-L-B-O-Z or X, I can't remember. Z, I think. A place down in Murcia. She came via an animal charity called APSA, A-P-S-A. Don't know what the letters stand for because Spanish. Now she had the passport, but they'd not actually chipped her, which I think that was legal down there. But we're in a different territory, a different community. That was illegal here. When I did go to the vet with her, they wanted to call the police on me. It's so easy to end up the wrong side of the law, folks. You adopt a dog from a different region. The vet doesn't know it's a different region. They do things different there. You know, it's like a foreign country. They do things different there. It's like the past. So the vet started getting all arsey and demanding my documentation. And I said, hey, here's my passport. No pasaporte. Necesito NIE. I'm like, no NIE. No NIE. Imposible. Sí, posible. Not been here very long. Nuevo in el país. New in the country. I mean, I wasn't that new in the country, but they ended up ringing somebody to ask whether passport was acceptable, and they said, of course it is. Yeah, it's government ID. Why are you giving him grief? Shut the fuck up and just do your job. Was basically the answer that came back. So yeah. But I was on the verge of getting in trouble because of, if the person on the other end of the phone had been as big as an idiot as the person I was talking with, we would have had the cops called to the vets. Because I had a passport for the dog but no chip. Normally here, by law, they go together. You don't get the passport without the chip. But down in Murcia, you did. And you could. And but going back to the question about the name, Tina had originally been called, I think, by the family that took her in. I told you about how she knocked on the door when she was kind of starving to death. They kind of called her Albertina. I'm guessing foreigners, maybe German or something. It's quite an austere sounding name, Albertina. Don't know. They'd called her Albertina. And I'm like, I'm not having any truck with that shit. I'm not shouting, Albertina, come here. No. Tina. Sorry, I just shortened it. Additionally, I had a very good friend back in the UK called Tina. And later on I've met other people called Tina here. There was one of the two ladies that bought me the phone way back when I was homeless. That brought me coffees on a bench 500 metres that way on the cliff tops. One of those ladies, there was Anita and there was Tina. Although I did get a name wrong talking about her a few days ago for some reason. Fucking terrible with names. I got a splinter or something here, folks. I'm just trying to dig out. Maybe I have to get it with the tweezers after. I would have bit. I would have got hold of it with my teeth. I haven't got any. Well, I do. They're in a bag over there. I got a full set of plastic dentures. I hope. If they weren't in the bag there, they got taken away by fucking matey boy the other week. I haven't checked that. What if my teeth have gone? I should have checked that. I haven't worn them since COVID, and I will probably never wear them again unless I get a real hankering for peanuts. Eating nuts is the one thing that I can't do without my teeth. Everything else, I can eat a steak, no problem. I can eat any meat, I can do anything. The one thing I can't do is peanuts. Dry roasted or salted peanuts. So one thing I've got, somebody at some point has given me a bag of salted peanuts. In fact, I've had many bags of nuts over the years here, and I've had to throw them away eventually, or give them to the dog. Yeah. Sorry, distracted. Far too young for me. Far too young. She's in her 20s. She used to be a bit chunky, but she's kind of growing into herself a little bit now. But dirty old man, I don't know, what can you say? Have you heard this theory that your ideal woman from half your age plus 8? That means I'm looking for someone about 35, 36, I think. Let's crack on, folks. I don't know where we're going here, but a potential for sadism with the snack crackle pop rackets, the fly swatters. I've been wanting to stick my finger in to see, just curiosity, to see how much it burns. I'm going to ask Clive, I think, Big Clive. I'm going to ask him what's the score with 50,000 volts in one of these things. Because clearly it's very low amperage. You're taking a 5 volt power supply. Maybe there's a buck converter or something in there to step up the... there's no point stepping it. Yeah, you've got to step it up to 50,000. But you're going to be stepping down the amps proportionately. The overall power output's going to be in the range of what, 10 or 11 watts probably. So even if you convert it to 50,000 volts, you're going at 0.00001 amps maybe. A little bit lost on how many zeros to put in there. I think 4.000, something like that. But it's probably going to sting a little. I mean, if it's enough to fry a fly and have them explode and bits of their body drop back into the rest of the mechanism to pop again, you kind of ricochet around and you're left with a whiff, a wisp of smoke coming out. What's he going to do with your finger? And what you don't want is to stick it in and have that electrical contraction thing on your arm that means that you can't pull away. Electricity has this thing where it makes muscles contract. So you touch something, let's say there's a door handle that's been electrified and you touch it and you think, I'll just do that. You can't. You do that and then the electric grabs you and you grab the door handle and now you're dead. They used to tell us when we were security guards, they used to tell us to touch your door handle with the back of your hand because when the muscles contract, your hand will spring away. That's bullshit. Because the movement that you've done to put your hand in contact with the door handle, you've gone like that. Those are the muscles that are going to tense, and you're going to be pulled onto the door handle still, but just backwards. Just don't touch anything metal if you think it might be electric. Hit it with wood. Don't know, folks. Let's scroll onwards. Let's scroll onwards. Snap, crackle, pop. I do want to stick my finger in and check, though. Yeah. There's all sorts of things going on here where I've no idea what some of you were talking about. Mr. Torrevieja in the Netherlands, somewhere down south around Kerkrade or somewhere down on that southern border. Is the German bar popular with the policia? I've never seen them there. It's not like they're there giving them shit every day. It's not like, but also they're not parked there coming having a coffee or a beer. There's a bar next to the bus station in town where at 8 o'clock in the morning you'll have the Policia Local and the Guardia Civil sat there having their coffee with a whiskey or a brandy. And these are the guys that are going on duty, not coming off duty. Go to the bar next to the bus station. The bar next to the bus station before 9 in the morning and have a look. There's a taxi rank right outside, but you'll see more police cars parked outside than you will taxis. And if you look at the table in front of them, yeah. And these guys have guns. These guys like to escalate and go hands-on at any opportunity. Ask me how I know. These guys claim that you punched them so hard through their bulletproof vest that you bruised their ribs. Fucking Mega Man. Eh? You say that I brag about how hard I can hit. It's not me bragging. It's the police. They're telling everyone how hard I can hit. Mega Man. Skull, Thomas. I don't know how long ago that was. That was at 2018. Fuck, that's a quarter of an hour ago. I'm a little bit behind. No rushes in situ. I've gone nowhere, but yeah. Max in Brighton. I got that one. Max in Brighton. Oscar is super enriched. I'm not doing too bad with these names, but there are one or two that I do just forget. I will get you all eventually, guys. I will keep coming back. Don't get offended when I get it wrong. Keep coming back and I'll get there. From June this year, it's a legal requirement to have domestic pets chipped in the UK. It's been that way, certainly dogs. I don't know about cats or anything, but certainly dogs. It's been that way in Spain for years. Not just that. There's an extra, I don't know if it's a license or something you're supposed to have. And there are rules about having their name visible, and owner's contact details visible. I think they're getting sick of people finding a dog, taking it to the vets and having to have it like scanned for the chip. They want visible contact details. To stop bothering the vets, you find a dog, you ring the owner, ring the phone number. Stop bothering vets just to get them to scan the chip. Seems to be a... The fuck? I've got about 10 flies on my leg and not one of them's had the decency to fly into the discombobulator. Where are we for time, folks? What did I just say? It's 8:30, yeah? So we got an hour before it's dark. And where am I? I'm like on fucking Tuesday or something, aren't I? I'm on Tuesday about to go into Wednesday. I was talking about the kiosk, the German kiosk. I'll have a quick, let me see whether I can go, you would never have guessed it was a shortened Albertina. Albert, for a girl. A little bit like Nigella, isn't it? I'd never heard of Nigella until the cookery lady. She was a babe. She still is in many ways. But Nigella Lawson. And if you remember Nigel Lawson, that you don't want to be climbing into bed with Nigel, do you? You'd much rather climb into bed with Nigella than Nigel. Ladies, is my sexism driving you away? Or am I just driving you wild with desire like the lady that was telling me how good looking I was yesterday? Catfish or what? So this kiosk was really loud. It did quieten down a little bit at 2 a.m, but it was, you know, to a more reasonable level. But it was still louder than it should have been. Into Wednesday morning, folks, into Wednesday. And I was struggling with my new glasses a little bit, with not being able to read as well. So I went into my phone settings and the tablet settings, and I just increased the text size a little bit. Helping myself out. Increased the text size, and I think also like there's a screen magnification thing. Just one notch on each of those two settings, just to give me a chance. And like I said, I think the eyes are adjusting to it. I really do. I've always been an advocate for making your eyes do the work. So many people, my wife included, she got glasses for the first time at this setting, and within 3 months her eyes got used to not struggling anymore and gave up. She needed the next setting, the next magnification. 3 months after the first, 6 months later the next one, 6 months later the next one. Make it too easy. It's a muscle, and it's a use it or lose it thing. And once you stop making it work, it atrophies, it gives up, it gets reabsorbed into the bloodstream and fucks off. So making your eyes do the work, maybe I can revisit this in another month or so and turn the magnification back down, back down to where it was initially, so that it was just a temporary measure just to make the muscles do their thing. Maybe, we'll see. Anyway, my notes here read, what a shit night's sleep. Basically awake all night, apart from the odd 20 minutes here and there. Mainly from them at the bar, but also drunks, holiday makers. What? Oh, thank you. It was about time, wasn't it? It's okay, Tina. It's okay. That was probably, those four were just one, that was just one fly discombobulating. Lovely word, discombobulating. Where was it? Mainly that bar, but also gangs of, I'm not going to say teenagers, but early 20s kids, they've been out on the beer and they're fighting on the way home. Like gangs of 20-something-year-olds will do on the way home. 8 a.m. doggy walk, obviously. She wasn't that interested. Just a quick wee-wee. And all the other stuff. Morning coffee, put the solar out before 8:30. It is now, it's after 8:30 that the sun gets above this tree. This is my main monitoring. This is my main metric for where we are. At the height of summer, somewhere between 7:30, 7:45, we had sun on the solar panel. Already, just a month later, It's a little bit more now, isn't it? June the 21st, July 21st, and now we're on, so 6 weeks later. 6 weeks later, and it's now 8:30 before we get even a hint of sun on the solar panel. So yeah, it's a thing. Tina wanted to go outside under her favourite bush, even early in the morning. Hola, buenas. Morning coffee, solar deployed. Tina wanted to sit under her favourite bush, like I said, but I've got an alarm set. I've got an alarm going off every 10 minutes just to make sure that I'm awake. Because, Karen, they're leaving the country that morning. On the way to the airport, and they're going to call in here and drop. The usual thing is it's supposedly, I'm going to have a dig at you here, Karen. Supposedly it's remnants that they've got left over. They've bought the food that they think they need, and then maybe they've gone out and had a meal in a restaurant, and at the end of their holiday or at the end of their visit, whatever's left they bring to me, and it's you know, it's just what they've got left over. No, they're buying stuff just for me. They deny it, but there's always stuff there that you know, you couldn't possibly have just accidentally overbought by that much when you're only here for 4 days or a week or 2 weeks. They're just, but there's also they buy cigarettes for Karen. Yeah, cigarettes for Karen's mum, Christine. Hi, Christine, if you're out there. 2 hours 11 and 45. Let's say, Karen. 2:11:45. There's the wave for Christine. And I get if the pack of cigarettes, if the carton of cigarettes comes with a quarter bottle or a third bottle of vodka, they seem to be in the habit of putting that in a. They'll bring a carrier bag with some like 1.5 litre water bottles that they've filled from the tap, and then there's been times I've just, oh yeah, thanks for the water, left it outside. 2 days later I find the fucking bottle of vodka in the bottom of the bag. Now I check every time they bring me a bag of water, especially when they're leaving the country. I'm looking just in case there's a vodka there. I sound like I'm some kind of fucking alcohol crazed lush, some wino in a field looking for his vodka. Anyway, they're on the way to the airport. They stop. It's going to be a really, really hot day, hotter than the previous day. Karen stops by on the way to the airport, and she remembers the tablet this time. Brings me it. I sound like I'm pushing for it. I wasn't. I didn't mind the fact that like a month earlier they'd been out and forgotten to give it me. No biggie. Yeah, I'm grateful for anything I get, and guys, go look up how much Samsung Galaxy A9 costs. It's not an S. The S is the tier level. S tier is that's the stupid expensive. But you're talking about a gift to a tramp in a field. Even 200, 300, 400 euros is crazy money. Every tablet I've ever owned before has been an Amazon Kindle Fire, because that was the cheapest tablet you could get. The idea of crazy money on a flagship brand like Samsung. Fucking flies. Hey Tina, are you struggling as well? The flies, they're annoying, aren't they, darling? Daddy loves his girl. Daddy loves his girl. Get kisses. Gives a kiss. You've got flies. She's plagued by them as well. Hey babe. She's trying to come for a kiss and she's tied to the tree. I can't quite reach you, babe. Next time. I'll come for you in a minute. Give me half an hour and I'll get a Tina treat. I'll bring you Tina treats. Not yet. Soon. Soon. Not now. Soon. She's so clever. She understands the difference between now and soon, and you know, now, not now, soon. Really clever. She amazes me. My first dog, so I'm just stunned by everything I learn about them. It's been a real eye-opening experience. And to think I waited until I was however fucking old. 2016. How old was I? I can't do the maths. I was 32 in 2000. I had another 16. 48. I was 48 when I got my first dog. Can you believe that? 40 fucking 8. And if she'd not been sat at the next table in a bar looking at me all fucking wide-eyed and lovey-dovey, I wouldn't have got her. Fuck. Oh, my legs, folks, my legs. I'm taking damage today, I'm taking damage. Tina, cámate. Hola, buenas. Tina. Silencio. Silencio. Para. Oi. Dog talk is pretty much the only Spanish I know. Dogs and cats required to be chipped as well. Don't think a passport is required if they... Yeah, I think you only need the passport if you leave the country. I'm not sure. I think Spain... I'm not sure about I think the passport is the documentation that says yes, they're chipped. I think the passport comes automatically. Ooh, Mrs. Be careful where you stick it. This is the 50,000 volts between my nads, yeah? Yeah, you got to be very careful. Being forgetful is a sign of high intelligence. I keep getting people telling me how intelligent I am, and I don't know. I mean, I have always thought I was intelligent. I had an argument, Richard, wasn't it? Donegal Overlanding. Way back when he first arrived, I told him I was more intelligent than 99% of people I'd ever met. I still think that's probably kind of true. It's always a nice ego stroke when someone else tells me I'm intelligent as well, but I don't know whether 99% is a guesstimate, but the fly swatter don't really hurt, it's more like a scare. I want to see Electro Boom. Are we aware of Electro Boom? All one word. Electro, like electricity but with an O. Electro and Boom. This guy is constantly shocking himself and blowing things up and getting it wrong and blowing fuses. But it's performative. He's obviously an electrical genius like Big Clive, but there's more performance there. He's done the calculation. He knows what the amps and the volts and the watts. He knows all that, and he occasionally gets it. When he gets it wrong, which isn't usually the maths or the calculations got wrong, it's usually the equipment, the place he's at misbehaves. The socket, the breaker doesn't work, or the fuse doesn't blow, and he ends up taking more volts or more amps than he should. But he's great. You want to check out the Electro Boom channel. Legal is their rules, not mine. Here's my favourite sovereign citizen, free man of the land. I reject your rules. I've never signed your contract. I'm not obligated by your rules. But I take advantage of your road building, your electricity network, your bin emptying. Not sure, mate. Not sure. A person is corporeal by definition, aren't they? Corporal, corpse. It means meat, it means body, it means... That's why a company incorporates to become a legal person. A company becomes legally a body, legally a person in its own right, separate from the owners, the managers, and the owners, directors, and everything. Councils were called corporations back in the day, because again they became a legal entity in their own right. Oh, Tina, babe, I took you for a walk before we started. She's just peeing, but she's sat in it. Wait, no! Oh, you. Now she's dragging herself back through it. A pool of wet sludge. Go on, keep going. Yes, move. Go. Why didn't you let me know? Oh, it was 2.5 hours ago, but she can wait. She can go 12 hours, 18 hours sometimes in between. But 2.5 hours ago, I took her for a walk. What did she think that was for? Literally, guys, I've got 8 flies on this one ankle. I'm going to wield the bat. Although I've got to be careful, I've got metal poles and things all around. I can't get to them waving the bat around in a confined space with chair legs and my legs and table legs. At night, they'll just fly into it because of the light. Fly! I think that was my leg hair. I don't think that was a fly. Better a leg hair than those other hairs, I guess. But oh, I'm itching now, though. They're not here. They've all gone. I think they've all gone. Oh, there's maybe one on that ankle. Yeah, there is one. Fuck you, little shit. It's annoying. Another half an hour, they'll all be gone. Oh, do you know what? I'm sat here all this time and my light isn't charging. Where's the cable that would do that? Are you that one? No, you're not that one. You're that one. That doesn't look to be doing anything. What was that? That's taking 2 watts. So it's charging even though I can't see the red light. That could have been charging for the last 2 hours, folks, and it wasn't. Oh, shit. Right, where are we? I'm trying to catch up with you. I'm trying to talk with you guys and do this. I need to do one or the other. You did Camino, like the pilgrimage, a long walk. With a sweater for a while. With not a sweater, a Swede for a while. Explained to me about police bars when we went into one. Once it was pointed out, it was hard to miss. About how the police, all the rules go out the window if the police sit there drinking and then climb into their fucking squad cars. They're sat there with a gun on their hip, a taser, a gun, a baton, either a stab or a bulletproof vest, and alcohol. If you have the wrong, let's say you live in a field, right, and therefore you have like a bushcrafting knife. You have a bigger knife than you would normally be allowed to have, but you have it on you because you're living in a fucking field. If you walk into a bar and it's in your pocket, you never touch it, you never use it, but something happens and then you get searched and you've got the wrong knife on you, you're going to be in trouble. They go in with fucking guns. Anybody go to the bar next to the bar at the bus station. It's literally in the exit from the bus station, the proper exit out on that side street to the taxi rank. Between 7 and 9 in the morning, or 8 and 9 in the morning, whatever time the place fucking opens. Yeah, police bars, yeah. Max in Brighton has been testing portable mosquito fly killers. No luck so far. This is not great in the day. In the day, it will sit there all day and get none. But at night, they come to it. Not in droves, but enough to keep my tent. Like I said, I went from getting, I don't know, 4 or 5 bites a night, which you kind of adjust to and your body gets used to and you don't really bother with that much after a while. But I went from 4 or 5 a night down to 4 or 5 a week. I mean, it's that. It's like a 7-fold or more decrease. Sitting outside at this time of night is crazy though. I shouldn't do this again. I should find a different time for the evening TrampCasts. I am aware, folks, that on a Friday night I do a TrampCast hangout usually. These might end up overlapping. Should I just run with this one into another, or do I end one and start another? And how long a gap do I get in between to prepare and maybe grab some food? I'm not sure. Where was I? Where am I? I'm in the middle of, is it Wednesday? I'm in the middle of Wednesday. Karen's been and dropped things off. Okay. The tablet that I did the factory reset on is running through an iterative process of updating the different operating systems. For some reason, it's on, let's say it's on OS 5 or whatever they called it, UE 5. You can't just go to the latest version. It insists on installing each one by one. From 5 to 5.5 to 6 to 6.1 to 7. Right roll pain in the ass. Finally it finishes doing all that and starts offering me apps. And I change a setting on my phone, which is Samsung as well, and I make it so that we can mirror it, so that I can just have the same apps. Just everything that's got, put on here. And it gets most of them. There's a few it won't do, but yeah. I do that. So we get updated, load some apps, and it offers me a list of 25 from the phone, yeah. Now, suddenly I notice the weather forecast is saying that the next day, so this is Wednesday, the weather forecast is saying Thursday, thunder and lightning. And cloudy all day. So I immediately think, oh, let's not have one of those days where we get to night and I'm already down to 80% on the EcoFlow. We've got to be up or around 100 at the end of the day, because the next day, we've got to get through the night, and the next day might have nothing, and then we'll have to get through the next night. So 2 nights and a day, potentially with no extra power. Let's make what we've got last. This is the thought process, folks. You have to, you know, plan, prepare. Be conservative in your usage of the resources you've got in case you have to eke them out later. But I did notice straight away how the tablet held its power well. Whenever I plug the tablet in, it draws exactly 14 watts every time, no meshing, there's no randomness. 14 watts, charges fairly quickly, 2-3 hours, and then stays charged for about, what, 12 or 15 hours of use. Not just stays charged, but 15 hours of screen on, playing video, doing whatever. Lasts hella long. The phone plugs in and will take anywhere between 4 watts and 14. Usually at the lower end. It's so rare that I see it draw 14 watts. It turns out that Samsung's implementation of USB-C, so folks, this is USB-C to USB-C. This isn't USB-A to C. USB-C on one end of the cable, USB-C on the phone, and the maximum it will draw is 14, but everything else is fucking random. It can be as low as 4. Samsung have their own proprietary implementation of USB-C that doesn't follow the spec. That's annoying. Yeah. Anyway, I have knowledge of this thunder and lightning. So this is Wednesday night. Tablet seems to be holding power well. Scruff Dog is Wednesday night. He's been messing about with this bloody petrol engine for 8-9 weeks at this point. 8 or 9. I'm getting a little bit bored by it, to be honest. It's not my thing. I don't know anything about engines. I try and just hang out and kind of bike shed, as you call it. Talk about the things on the periphery. They call it bike shedding in business meetings. You're building a new factory and people don't know anything about the whole process control system. Everyone's in the meeting and they've all got, but they want to say something but they don't know what to talk about. Oh, I think we should put the bike shed here. Oh, no, in the car park, the shed for the bike should be over there. No, it should be green. No, it should be blue. No, I like orange. It's called bike shedding. It gives the people who've got nothing to contribute something to contribute on. And that's me. I wait until guys like Lockwatcher and others start talking about pancakes and food and inevitably people start talking about old TV programs and you know, 70s or 80s kids TV programs. Then I can join in. The technical stuff about a 1/10 size internal combustion engine, I know nothing. I know that the 4 strokes are suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Well, I know that that's an irreverent name for them. Drawing in the mix, compressing it, the spark to ignite it, and then exhaust. Those are your 4 strokes on a 4-stroke engine. Yeah, that's all I know. That's it. I know that diesel doesn't spark. I was just saying about a car engine, petrol engine, and I was just saying that I know the only other thing I know is that a diesel engine, doesn't ignite as easily. That's the limit of my knowledge of engines. So watching Scruff Dog has become a bit of a struggle the last 10 weeks. But that was me. That was I fell asleep halfway through Scruff Dog. Now I woke up at 2 AM, so Scruff Dog's just finished, and so I slept halfway through it, and I wake up after he's finished. That guy was just filming my tent as he walked past. He literally walked past with his camera sideways on, filming the tent, and then saw me. Why would you do that? Now I'm on alert. Who's he showing that to and why? Hey guys, here's a place you can go and rob. Hey guys, here's a place you can come and what? Throw stones at or cause trouble at. Hey guys, look at this. Let's report this to the police. Don't know. Not happy. We'll see. Onwards, folks, into Thursday morning. So I woke at 2 after Scruff Dog finished. Awake the rest of the night. Take Tina for a walk. No, I don't. 8:15, Tina goes wild. We're inside the tent still, and Tina just goes absolutely apeshit. It turns out that our friend Colleen, came for a visit. Tina, quiet. Quiet, babe. Tina, quiet. Shush, shush. Shush, shush. Just people walking past. Our friend Colin, she brings me a newspaper most weeks, and a friend of hers had given her some mayo, and there was another jar of sauce of some description. Wasn't a burger relish, but something else like that. But she brought the newspaper, but she brought a couple of chicken carcasses for Tina. Tina literally recognises her car engine. She can pull up at the top of the road, and sometimes she'll walk down in the field here, and sometimes she'll come to the door the other side. Tina goes daft. Usually, I put 2 and 2 together with the day of the week, but it can be Thursday, Friday, or Saturday typically. But this day I didn't cotton on quick enough. But yeah, she brought a couple of chicken carcasses for Tina to eat. This was where she told me about the rumour that had gone around. If you remember, the week before, we'd had the vet come to see Tina, and we were hoping for some level of improvement. But a couple of days before, we'd gone to the cliff top. Some people saw the videos in the wrong order. Rather than visit cliff top and then vet come out, some people saw vet come out. Oh, they've gone to the cliff top. Tina's walking again. That's not it, folks. That's not it. The YouTube algorithm just showed you videos out of... You have to look at the dates or how long ago it was posted. People just misinterpreted. So I had 2 friends misinterpret. 2 friends misunderstood that. They thought it was... They turned up expecting to see Tina, you know, running around like there'd been a miracle cure. And that wasn't it. That's not what happened. Unfortunately not. Now, I said about how I was wanting to preserve power and try and stay on full power because we might have a day of thunder and lightning and overcast and all of that. EcoFlow down to 72 overnight, so that's not too bad. We've had days where it's been down around 40 or 30 at the start of the day. Building from 70 shouldn't be a problem as long as we get some usable sunlight. 72 without any sunlight at all day is probably enough to get us through, but probably. Whoa, hold on, wait a minute now. I think my phone's about to run out of power. 5%. I unplugged it at the start to show you Tina. I unplugged it so that I could more easily do this. You see where she weed up? She went over there, weed. I thought, I'll go get her, I'll go pick her up, and she dragged herself right through it. So her back end, can you see? Look at that. I'll have to give her a rub down later with an alcohol wipe, just to make sure there's no sting in the tail. She's just like us humans. A bit of pee will make her sore if it gets to the skin. Kevin O'Hara, hello from Ireland, hope all is well. It's as well as can be expected, my friend, it's as well as can be expected. First time here, yeah? I don't recall your name from before, so you know, tell me if I'm wrong. I often am, but yeah. The chip scanners are fairly cheap, says Mr. S. Yeah, it's just taking the vets or the police's time to scan them is the... It's not that the machinery is difficult, it's just an induction loop, isn't it? The chip doesn't have any kind of power in it itself, but it has a loop. So they put a electromagnetic loop over, bit of induction, creates power, powers a chip, and a simple NFC near field communication chip. I think all it gives you is like a reference number, and then their equipment looks that up on a database. It literally just, I think it just carries a reference number. It might embed the dog's name, maybe the original phone number. I'm not, but why? just put that all on the database and look it up from the reference number would be my... If I was implementing that system, that's all it would need. Just broadcast a simple ID. A name as a fallback in case there's nothing in the database or something has gone wrong somewhere, maybe. But yeah, it's... They're only making plans, says Thomas, for Nigel. Is this Nigella, is that where you're going there? I'm not sure. That's a tune, they're only making plans for Nigel. For Nigel. XTC. There are conversations going on here that I have no knowledge of, I don't have a hook. Maybe when I watch it back, because I'll be able to see the comments in context of what was being said at the time on the screen. While I'm scrolling here now, and the chat's jumping about all on its own. Oh, Kevin O'Hara was Manchester U the other night, so you're definitely not Kevin... Professor Kevin, can't remember his name, the guy with the chip embedded to open the door, and that he said to Richard and Judy would allow people to have sex over the internet. You check me out on Google Maps, you are indeed on there. Only from the main road. If you come down this side street, I'm not here. They use older pictures. The owner and other info should be in the databases. Yeah. You don't need much on the actual chip, just an ID number, a reference number, so that you can look everything else up. Sign of Nature wants me to start building fences around the land. It's not my land, is it for me to fence it? I don't know. She does not seem to enjoy the flies. She enjoys it when she catches them and gets to sit there and chew on one for 5 minutes. A lot of times she's just snapping at them. But when she gets one, she enjoys it when she catches them. Anything before Parliament 1689 cannot be repealed. Yeah, it can. Because half of Magna Carta has been repealed. Repealed, replaced, succeeded. There's only about 3 parts of Magna Carta that are still valid. Surely. And yes, I called you Shirley. Have any of you been to see it? The new, I was going to say Leslie Nielsen film, that's not right. Liam Neeson. It's not Police Squad, is it? What's it called? What's the film called? Naked Gun. They're not rebooting, it's a continuation of it's a Naked Gun Next Generation. Liam Neeson and Pamela Anderson. And Mark Commode hated it, but some other reviewers that I watch and follow loved it. I think Mark Commode's a little bit of a grump in his old age. It's okay, Tina. Tina's okay. You're okay. Tina's okay. Just nice people walking past. It's all okay. Leave them alone. Leave them alone. Hey, leave them alone. Tina's okay. Tina's okay. Tina. Hey! Quiet. Leave the man and little boy alone. Right, folks, I got to get on with this shit. Otherwise, there won't be a TrampCast hangout later. We'll still be doing this. Or worse still, we'll have to come back tomorrow to finish this. Where are we? We're on like fucking Thursday morning. I think was I scrolling backwards? Might makes right, that's all nature has to say on the matter. Not quite. There's a thing in law that humans should never be worse off than an animal. So there was this thing about a man, I think, taking a dump in the woods, and he did everything he could to like hide under a tree or behind a bush or whatever, yeah? And somebody accidentally stumbled upon him mid-drop. Is he guilty of a crime or not? Public decency says yes, guilty of a crime. Here's the thing. We all agree that an animal can take a piss or a shit in the woods, yeah? And therefore, so can a human. Now, in the woods is the key word, the key phrase. You have to take steps, reasonable steps, to not be seen. So if you just drop your keks in the middle of a main road and lay some cable, guilty. If you've hidden under a tree and you've put a screen around you and you've tried to, you've tried your best to be invisible, and then what, the wind blows and the screen falls over, or the trees move, or someone turns a corner and for the first time in 100 years some other human being has happened along at the same time as someone else, not guilty. If an animal can do it, a human can do it. We should never be worse off than an animal under the law. It's a concept that supposedly should be baked into law, often in our modern world isn't. But, as long as you've not like just stood out in the street and laid a turd and left it behind, you're in the woods, you drop it, you take steps to either bury it, put it in a plastic bag and put it in a bin or whatever, then not guilty. Oh, they didn't look this time. So yeah, the law can be a little bit funny like that, but it's not just right is might, but most of the time it's not far off. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. That's my physics teacher, Mrs. Dodgson at Morecambe High School in about 1980, I think it was 85, taught us that one. They have better, the true terminology is it's like, it's not infused, but it's to draw in, to compress, to ignite, to exhaust. But those are boring. Suck, squeeze, bang, blow. Heard it when I was 15. I remember it when I'm 50. What am I? Am I 57? I think I'm 57 at the minute. 1968 to now makes me 57, does it? I think it does. Doing the maths with the time of year and stuff is always a little bit iffy. I might be 56. I would have been 56 in November of 24. And we haven't hit November 25 yet. I'm 56, not 57. I'll be 57 in a month or three. I got it wrong, guys. The guy who pontificates about maths, dates and years are fucking tricky. Because time of year, it's not just the years, it's the time of year. Whoa. That wasn't me, that was an actual dead fly. It's not just time of year, it's not just calculate the difference in the years. Time of year has an impact, plus or minus one. I don't know which way I was going. I think I was going backwards. My favourite free man of the land doesn't waive any of his natural rights, doesn't consent to any presumed or assumed jurisdictions. Point me to a court case where someone's won with any of these arguments, though, my friend. As I understand it at the minute, they get laughed at and locked up. Dogs teach us a lot about ourselves. Yeah, I think so. When you can see levels of intelligence and behaviour Not just the loyalty, which may or may not be love and may just be, hey, he gives me the food so I'll stick with him. I wonder about that kind of stuff. When she comes and snuggles with me in the morning and starts licking my face, she just wants to walk. Is that just perfunctory? It's just functional. I interpret it as love. When she's cuddling me in the night, does she just want to stay warmer? Or is she just frightened and wants reassurance? Or is it love? I interpret it as love because that's what I want to interpret it as. Is she just my slave? Is she my friend? Is she my adopted daughter? What is the relationship? These are questions for philosophers with far more intelligence than me. But these are the questions. These are the issues. Slave? Friend? Daughter? I don't know, folks. I know what I feel. Basically, she's kind of my adopted daughter. She's my girl. Not girlfriend. We're not. None of that funny business. Love it a bit. I have to because I carry. If I didn't, I wouldn't be carrying 20 kilograms as far as I do there and back 2, 3, 4 times a fucking day. You know what I mean? That sounds transactional. I don't know. Anyway, folks, I'm gibbering and we're not getting on. I will read back through these I'll read forward through them when I watch it through. Go on walks and stare at things at different distances for eyesight. I've noticed that myself in the past. When I went to Vermont, we went walkies around a wood and I didn't have any kind of glasses with me, and there would be different coloured bands for different walks through these different woods and forests. And I noticed that at the start of the visit I really struggled to see anything on these. I couldn't find these different coloured bands on the trees. Fortunately I was with other people, they could. But by the end of the visit I could spot these things and at all sorts of different distances. Your eyes really are a use it or lose it set of muscles. It's not just the muscles, it's the flexibility of the lens. The muscles pull on the lens in various ways, position, but also the shape, how convex the lens is, whether it sticks out or whether it's flatter. The muscles control that as well as position of eyes and things. Use them more without the assistance and they get better. In just a week or two you can notice a difference. And start using glasses, the muscles relax, and in a month or two the muscles atrophy and suddenly these glasses are not good enough. You need the next set of glasses, the stronger ones. It's very... Your pets are family. They feel the same things as humans with the exception of conscience. Conscience or consciousness? Pack member, not slave. Yeah, the whole alpha, you're the leader of the pack thing is possible, yeah. Yeah. I like to think of it as love. But I said the other day, I'm a romantic, I'm a big softie. You know? That's my girl. Right, folks, I'm gonna jump to the bottom. Apologies to any messages, anyone who sent a message I've missed. I will watch this back over the next couple of days at some point. And if something needs a response, or if I find a good point that I want to expand upon or expound upon, I shall do so, but not here, not now. We got to get this thing done, because I do, if you'd like to join me, I do want to do a TrampCast hangout tonight. It's become kind of routine that Friday night and Sunday night I have a hangout. This is not a hangout, this is a TrampCast proper. Let me get finished, and then we'll see where we are. I'll need a little break in between. Grab some coffee, maybe some food. Did you hear the cicadas stop? I don't know how well that... I watched... Was it yesterday's video I watched back? I did. And when I said, listen, the cicadas have got... You couldn't hear the cicadas in the video before, I don't think. I don't know where you heard that or not, but they were going, and then they all just stopped at once. Just gone. That's how you know they're not crickets. Crickets would be starting now and going on in the dark. Where was I? I was talking about Thursday. I'm gonna have to, I think I'm gonna have to turn this on. If it's charged enough. I'm gonna put it there. How are we doing? I don't like this triangular bit of hair coming out here, but the rest's wet through still with sweatiness. I'm going to need the next can soon, and I'm not sure I can reach it. Oh, I don't need the brolly anymore, do I? There's no sun. I don't know if you've noticed this, folks, but when it gets dark, the sun goes in. Somebody turns it off. If I can move this, then I can get in and out of the chair. Whoa! Fuck. You knew I'd get it wrong, didn't you? What a fucking idiot. You knew I'd get it wrong. I've talked before about not being the most practical of men. And that's a classic example. Someone with a bit more awareness of their surroundings and what's happening, and, you know, a more manly man would have handled that much better. I am but a lowly fucking tramp, a computer programmer, web designer, tramp kind of guy. Whoa! Was that my leg? It's a coincidence that my leg brushed the side of the plastic with a few hairs and what have you, and that went clunk clunk just at that point. Possibly coincidence. Possibly my leg hair. I don't know. We shall see. Right, folks, let's get this thing fucking finished. Where are we? Does anybody remember where I was? I was on Thursday, I think. Colleen had visited. She'd brought the chicken things. There's a rumour about Tina walking. Okay, unfortunately not. Yeah. EcoFlow was down to 72 overnight. I mentioned that. It was 9 o'clock in the morning before we got any usable input, any usable solar, before we started charging the EcoFlow. Got the tablet. Yeah, it astounded me that the tablet charged and would take a solid 14 watts. Didn't dick about like this phone does. 4 watts, 5 watts, 8 watts, 4 watts. Every time I plug it, 14 watts, just every time. It's like this is from like an earlier generation. The phone is from an earlier generation. It's like they've not got their charging circuits worked out, and with this, it works better. I expect, I think Jack Attack, my friend Jack Attack told me that if you plug it into a proper Samsung charger, a charging block in the wall, it goes a lot higher than 14 watts. It's just they ignore the standards for proper USB-C and implement their own protocol, and it's suboptimal. 9:15 the sun goes in. We had a little bit of sun, but by 9:15 it goes in again. Forecast showing chance of rain every hour all day. So there's like a 20 or 30% chance of rain each and every hour the whole day. Clouds outside. 13 watts was coming in. That's not enough to charge the EcoFlow. So that power's sitting there going to waste. It's not charging the EcoFlow. It's been detected, but it's not going anywhere. So at that point, you plug devices in. You plug things in that will take that 13 watts. The phone, the tablet, these lights, whatever. The batteries in the Christmas tree lights in the bedroom. As soon as you get above 16 watts, you unplug everything so that the EcoFlow gets all of that power. No point taking 13 watts or 14 watts for the tablet if there's 16 or 18 watts coming in. If you've got 18 coming in and 14 going out, that leaves 3-4 watts. You can have up to 10, 20, 15 go to waste. If you've got 30 watts coming in and 14 going here and 2 going there, that's 16 going out. That only leaves 14 net. Not enough to charge anything. Unplug everything, you've got 30 watts going into the EcoFlow that you can use later. There's a balancing act, there's a dance to be danced, there's a ballet to do around those marginal values at times. That's my interpretation of it, my understanding of it. Whoa! Did you see that? I don't know if you saw it. Oh, it's still there. You fucker, get out my fucking hair. What the fuck was that? I didn't even look. A beetle, maybe? Something landed on my head. I thought it'd gone and it was there in my fucking head. Sorry folks, I try not to swear too much in these, but that's not true, is it? The EcoFlow, that's not the word. The TrampCast proper, I try not to swear too much. TrampCast Hangout, I'm a very, very sweary guy. Generally in life, I'm quite a sweary guy. Okay, folks, where are we? 13 watts coming in, it's not charging anything, doing the dance with the devices, yeah? Mark, my friend, Mark, he's a Womble, is his handle on, he has a YouTube channel now. Mark, EZ, is there an A? EZA Womble. Mark, he's a Womble. Mark, he is a Womble, is the Marquesa Womble. I'm not sure I've got a link. I haven't got a link to him in my... I will add one, Mark, if you're out there. I'm going to add you to my friends of the channel. He's on YouTube and he's also on TikTok, whatever the fuck that's called, TikTok. Check him out. He does fun little drawings in the sand on the beaches when the waves are coming in. A little bit of art for that. He's quite arty. But he also will, if he's here and there's a procession in town, he will record and you know, cover the touristy events that happen in Torrevieja and around. I will provide a link to him in the descriptions in future. I got a couple to add. We'll get that done. He arrived, he was leaving the next day, and he brought me a few things I think I've mentioned in the Thankyous. Mints, biscuits, a donut that he'd had family who'd left that day, I think, and he was leaving either the next day or the day after. And but he also brought this half bottle of what he thought was whiskey. Wasn't whiskey. Jägermeister. Oh, that stuff is just so sickly sweet, herbally delicious. You drink it almost like it's a pop. You drink it and then you want more. It's like when you're 7 and your dad gives you your first glass of beer and you just drink it and you want the next one. It's a little bit moreish like that. Yeah. He brought it. I didn't know what it was. I researched it. I found out what... because it had been sellotaped to a pack of cigarettes at some point. The label had been ripped off. There was just the logo. And I was unfamiliar. But I researched it. And found it. And drank it. No, don't get me wrong. It's not like... It was only like a quarter bottle, maybe a third. It's not like I drank it in an hour or anything. I drank it over the course of like 12 or 15 hours. But I drank it. And this is the day when the storm's coming. It's going to be thunder and lightning and rain. I didn't hear any of it. I slept like a fucking baby. Oh, but before that, so through the day, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I'd been watching the old black and white Sherlock Holmes films, Sherlock Holmes, Dr. Watson, Basil Rathbone and Nigel Bruce. Fantastic. They are Holmes and Watson for me and always will be. I like other versions. Jeremy Brett as Holmes, I liked. The guy with a weird name, Benedict Cumberbatch, I like that interpretation. The American one with the British guy, Johnny Lee Miller, and the Chinese looking lady, Lucy Liu. Elementary, the TV series. I love that, and I still haven't finished watching it. I'm on series 5 or 6. I'm getting towards the end of that. I haven't watched it for ages. But I love all of those Sherlock Holmeses. But Basil Rathbone is Sherlock Holmes. Nigel Bruce is Dr. Watson. Fight me. Yeah. So I've been watching those. I watched a couple of those that day, but I watched like The Hound of the Baskervilles, which is the ultimate Sherlock Holmes story, isn't it? How many times have you watched Hound of the Baskervilles in your life? 10? 20? 50? Who did it? It's like Murder on the Orient Express. Everybody's watched it like 100 fucking times, and you ask them who did it. People don't know. It was the brother and sister that aren't really brother and sister what done it. When Dr. Watson goes for a walk and they start talking about islands in a genetic way, meaning areas of land where animals can't get from one place to another, separated, kept distinct. So you got this guy was he studying butterflies or some such? And him and his sister, it's really his wife, and really he's an estranged part of the family. He's one of the Baskervilles. If Henry Baskerville dies, he's next in line if he can prove his claim, which he thinks he can. So he's having everybody killed to try and get in there. It's them. They done it. Murder on the Orient Express, by the way, who done it? Every fucker done it. Everybody on the train, except for the man from the train company who got Hercule Poirot on at the last minute. There's a man from the train company and there's Hercule. Apart from then, everybody else done it. Spoiler alert. Stories that are 100 years old, but I'll just... Spoiler alert. Who drove Thunderbird 5? Drove isn't the right word, but the Gordon, the blonde, I think. Virgil, Thunderbird 2, Scott, Thunderbird 1. Thunderbird 4 was the young lad who was obviously very, very gay. He's the gayest puppet you've ever seen. Virgil, Thunderbird 2. Gordon, the blonde in space, fairly sure. Drove isn't the right word. It's a satellite, it just orbits. I assume geostationary, but I don't know. They never explained that. How can they pick up a message from anywhere in the world? One satellite would struggle to do that. That doesn't work. Okay, folks, where are we? We're headed for the night of Thursday, where we're going to have the storm. The German bar, louder than ever. Again, louder than my either the phone or the tablet that's half a metre from my head. Drowned out by a ship from over there. The EcoFlow's on 91% and 30 watts coming in at about 5:30. 5:30 onwards we start to get shadow across the panel, and I have to make a decision. If we're below 90, usually I'll take the EcoFlow and the panel and move them to face the other way and get the extra hour or two at the end of the night. It's weaker, but I'd like to be above 90, so if I've messed up and suddenly we're on 75 or 80, I'll move the panel. 90, 95, not usually worth chasing the extra, except we've got a storm coming, so let's see what happens. I didn't chase it. The wind, so I've got 2 foil blankets, silver foiled, for reflecting the sun. I got one at this end and I had one at the side for the morning sun. Got ripped apart in the wind that evening. The wind starts to pick up and shit's getting torn in half and blowing away. Going into the night, after charging tablets and phones and things, we're down to 85 on the EcoFlow, but that's okay. The forecast for the next day is for a nice day. It was getting through this day and we had more sun than we expected, but we've got the storm coming in the night. 10 o'clock, big winds, and my friend Joby contacts me from the other side of Torrevieja. His tent snapped. One of the poles has snapped and poked a hole in the tent and gone all bad. He's trying to fix it with duct tape and just make it through. Nothing I can do to help, but wish him all the best. But the sleeve that the pole goes through ripped. The pole snapped and tore the sleeve. Best he can do is tape up the pole and put it back through and make do. I'm listening to the wind blow the tarpaulin on mine, which my tarpaulin's held on with these big pegs. It's not pegs in the ground, it's these kind of clamps, these like clothes pegs, but big and bulky and metal. I start hearing the pegs fly off. Come out and reattach them and maybe attach them a bit firmer and go around the tent and just make sure everything's as secure as possible before the real storm starts. This is just the beginning of it. Next thing I know, I'm asleep. A very solid sleep. Tina, thanks for the Jägermeister. Tina! Shush! Quiet, darling. Just people walking past. 5 a.m. Friday morning. Apparently there's been a storm. Who knew? I didn't. Slept right through it. Here's the thing. I've left my doors open a little bit. I've zipped them like 3/4 of the way down and left the bottom open so we can get a bit of breeze, a bit of through draft, otherwise it gets too hot. I figured once it starts raining, I'll close those properly and make sure the bottom of the door's on the outside. I wasn't awake when it started raining, I'm already asleep. The bottom of the door blows inwards. The rain runs down the tent, down the door, and the door's inside the tent, dumping gallons of water on the floor inside. My carpet is squelchy wet through. I know, guys, the luxury, first world problems, yeah? Carpet inside a tent with my nice big armchair. But I've got electrics in there as well. I've got the EcoFlow. I've got cables, I've got things charging, I've got lights, I've got water and electric, not good. Fortunately, the EcoFlow, I used to have it on the floor, I now have it on top of the box that the EcoFlow came in. So the floor is wet and the bottom of the box is wet, but the EcoFlow is okay. But some of the cables are... Mr. S, catch you later, my friend. Thank you for stopping by. I will be doing a TrampCast hangout later tonight, maybe, if you're available and if you feel like it. But no pressure. So yeah, my floor's all wet. I've dumped lots of water into the tent from the storm. I take the dog for a walk at like 5:30. And on the way back, I notice the tent doesn't look right. Something's wrong. And what it is, I don't know how to explain it. The tarpaulin comes over the tent and then tucks under, and there's so much spare under that I then take a double layer and fold that under again. So there's 4 layers of tarpaulin at this side. The peg has sprung off this side and the whole tarpaulin has gone to the other side, and so now instead of tucking under, it's inverted, and the whole thing is like a bucket catching water. Water's running off or running down, but into the folds, not off the whole thing, because it's flipped, it's inverted. I try to pick it up and put it back, and it's so heavy I can't pick it up. There's so much water held in these folds, so I have to pick it up bit by bit and try and kind of tip or squeeze some water out until it gets light enough that I can just throw it over and all the water just comes over, and then reattach. I spent half an hour battling with the tarpaulin. It's still a little bit breezy, it's not too bad, but a little bit windy. It's not raining or anything, but there's all this water, and I throw it over and I end up with half the water all over me. 5:30 in the morning, half an hour outside, pissing about, wet, trying to get the tarpaulin back in place. What can you do? But while I'm out, I look around and I can see all these swirls in the soil, in the sand, in the grit. It's been really torrential, guys, and I've slipped through it. It must have been close to this field flooding. So much water has run through here. It must have been close to flooding. The patterns, the rocks that have been moved. You've got a path that would have been clear the day before and has now got rocks this big in it. Multiple of them. Almost a pile of them at one end. It's incredible. I mean, we all know the power of water, but it really freaks me out that I slept through it and knew nothing about it. I heard it getting windy, obviously, and I had to come out before I slept and reattach a few pegs and things. But the fact that it could have been that bad weather that's dumped literal gallons of water into the tent that took about a week to dry out, and I was oblivious to it because Jägermeister. Let's try not to do that again, eh? Cheers. It's not like I'm not joining the Temperance Society or anything, you know, I'm not getting on the wagon, I'm not giving it up. But no more Jaeger, I think. I obviously can't control myself. Whiskey, a bottle of whiskey or you know, will last days and days and days. Vodka, likewise. Wine. I make a carton of wine last 4 days. It's a 1 litre carton of wine. I water it down with cola. It lasts days and days and days. Jägermeister was just too nice. I couldn't stop dipping back into it. So we won't do that again. I saw people leaving. Mr. S was leaving, Mr. Sharafsha. Did Rob? Oh no, that's Mr. S saying goodbye to Rob. Josie's here, is she? Okay, I didn't see you arrive, Josie. John was in 5, Gordon was in the sub 4. John, I don't remember John. The blonde was the little gay one, wasn't he? He was the sub, yeah, okay. Thunderbird 2 was ace. I mean, it really was. All those different pods that you had to select at the start of the mission to make sure you've got the right stuff. What if you selected one pod, got there and found you needed something else? Was there another machine that could come back and pick up a different pod? I like the original episode where it's Scott, Thunderbird 1. He's flying at London Airport, wasn't it, with the... I can't remember the name of the plane. Sky Striker or something, probably. Lady Penelope's on the plane, isn't she? And Scott comes in, he's approaching London Airport. And I thought they were going to say he's coming at Mach 10, which would be about 7,500 miles an hour. No, not Mach 10. He's coming in at 10,000 miles an hour. You get anywhere on Earth in just over half an hour at 10,000 miles an hour. That's fantastic. That's the kind of futuristic shit we grew up with. That and like the $6 million man. Bionics back then was proper fucking bionics. Not the shit that we're putting up with now. 50, 60 years later and it's still miserably pathetic in comparison. Lee Majors, Colonel Steve Austin. We can rebuild him. We have the technology. We can build the world's first bionic man. Better, stronger, faster. And then you're off into the theme tune. Da, 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 da. Sounds a little bit like Emmerdale Farm when I sing it, but... Anyway, let's get this shit finished. We're into Friday. We've only got the rest of Friday, Saturday, and there isn't really any Sunday again, I don't think. So let's get this shit done. I said about the dog walk, I said about the tarpaulin and the water, da 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 da. I take it for a proper morning walk, 9:30. Because 5:30 is obviously not the proper dog walk. Put the solar panel out. EcoFlow is on 90% still. Oh no, on 90% by 10 o'clock. So early morning we get some sun, we get powered up, we get charged. And it's clear it's going to be another hot day. But all that moisture, it's going to be hot and humid. All that rain evaporating. Also, whenever it rains, flies. The next few days are going to be fly central. Devastation outside, things blown everywhere, all of my belongings, these chairs blown over, blown away. Everything on the table, blown off. Everything everywhere. Plastic bags and empty water bottles or half empty water bottles blow away. Must have been wicked fierce. Total devastation. My tea and coffee equipment, by which I mean the coffee jar and the sugar jar and my spoon. My spoon blew off the table. Metal spoons. It was a mess out here. I'd spend half a day just reclaiming everything, picking everything back up. Nightmare. And like I've said here, the swirls in the ground, in the sand and the soil and were a real eye-opener to the power that it must have been. So tidying up, walking the dog a couple of times through the day, and just admiring the movement of rocks and stones and sand and soil. Phenomenal. Really was phenomenal. Really, I mean, that's it for the day. The rest of the day is usual. Sat inside, watch videos, pass time, wait for the heat to die down. Fan on all day as long as the sun's on. The sun's always on. As long as the sun's out and on the panel and generating power. Really has been a godsend this summer, that fan. I enjoyed the fan I had last year. I possibly preferred that fan, except it was already broken and couldn't stand upright properly. It was a cylinder. The whole thing rotated really quickly and blew massive amounts of air. But it was broken. Obviously, I'm picking it up from a bin. You know what I mean? I don't get to pick and choose and take it back because it's not perfect. So yeah, that was Friday, and we did a TrampCast hangout, hangout number 25 that night. Only 3 hours. I must have been a little bit tired. But I did get a 20. Okay, I shouldn't mention the amount. Sorry. I did get a donation, and thank you, and that ain't cheap. And if you listen back to the thank yous at the beginning, you'll be able to put two and two together and work out who that was. Into Saturday. Walked Tina, this time 7 in the morning, did all the things, the coffee. Oh, I had to, in order to make the coffee, I had to clean everything out. The pan had the lid on, but still had mud inside. So much water and mud have piled on top of the lid that where the lid has a dome and then a lip, it's piled up and over and leaked into the pot from above. Muddy water inside. I've got frying pans here that are still waiting to be cleaned out. I just haven't used it. There's no point cleaning a pan out now, because before I come to use it, it'll become full of dust and mud and fucking Christ knows what. So I'll clean it just before I use it, and then leave it and clean it again when I next need it. Assuming I don't use it in quick succession. Sometimes these things go in, it's like you get some bacon or some eggs or something. You're going to have bacon or eggs every day for the next 3 days. There's no cleaning needed. You just pick it up and use it again the next day. But, whoa! I've kicked the tennis racket over. Or at least I've knocked it over. Whoa. That would have been an actual insect. I think. Either that or I've pushed some wires together and caused a short circuit. We'll see. If it keeps flaring at that same one spot, then I might have to bend a wire back out or something. Not a short circuit, but push them together close enough that they arc without even having a fly in between. I'm guessing. I know nothing about how these things work. The fuck do I know? I'm a tramp in a field. So Friday, I did the coffees, I did all that, all the cleaning after the storm. Right. This is where the guy I said about a weirdo coming and feeding the dog a few days previously. He comes back. I learn his name is Ilya, which I only remember because of the Men from Uncle. Ilya Kuryakin. Not Napoleon Solo, that was the main guy, Robert Vaughan. But David McCallum, Ilya Kuryakin. This guy's called Ilya, he's Russian. He's the one who fed the dog. He's the one who wanted coffee that time. And this time he wants to make his espresso on my big gas ring. And if you look at the surface area of the bottom of his coffee compared to the surface area of the gas ring's this big, his pot is, you know, fucking this big. 90% of the flame is just going past. We have to find a better way. What I figure is a bigger base pot, get the water up to boiling, then put it in the base of his espresso maker, and then put it on the flame, and it's only going to be on the flame for 2 minutes once the water's already boiling, rather than trying to do it for 20 minutes from scratch. 20 is an exaggeration, 5 or 10, however long. But no, boil it first and then put it in, I think is the way to go. Anyway, I get talking to him. He seems all right. I mean, he seems friendly enough. He doesn't seem too weird. A little bit. That time that he turned up wanting to make coffee at 11:30, and I was in bed, and then he wanted my lighter, and I had to come out, and I was in the middle of a fucking TrampCast. Guys, 17 of you out there for some reason. If you haven't already, what I'll do, I will toast you. I haven't done it for a while. I will toast you if you hit the thumbs up. But I do, in the meantime, need to see if I can reach... I have some more beers out here somewhere. They're just out of reach for some reason. Some silly reason. I'm at the bottom of a... Oh, hey. That's the fucking 50,000 volt fly killer about to take my nads off. It's supposed to kill flies, not my crown jewels. Oh, let's bring them closer. Put one up here. Oh, and oh Jesus, pull the shorts out of the creases that it's made in my buttocks. Oh, how long we been going? Oh, I can't tell. It says 1 hour 30 minutes, but that's because we disconnected and reconnected. No, it says 1 hour 50. No, 1 hour 30. Is that 36? Fuck. Don't you love this? Hold on. Hold on. Wait a minute now. It's not there. Oh, because it's here. I'd already taken it out in readiness. Hold on. It says 1 hour 37. We got disconnected and reconnected at some point. So the timer is off. It's null and void. I'll look at the time. We started at 6:30. It is now 10. So 3 hours 30. And already I'm sitting on creases in my trousers that are... Oh, move, you fucker. That's weird. It's like I sat back down on the same creases I already had, and they're digging a welt in my flesh. I always fell asleep before the express left the station. Orient Express, okay. King again, Rob. This childish shit with the fucking crowns. Okay, 543, yeah. That was Mr. S leaving. I don't know how far back I got. I will catch up on these guys another day, maybe. You need a square piece of metal over the flame, then put the pot. Yeah, like a griddle. Yeah, I've got a mesh over the flame for stability, because a pot wouldn't, these little pots wouldn't sit properly. You know those wire racks, you have 2 of them, and you put bits of fish or bits of meat in between them, and you put them on the barbecue, and you can turn them on. I've got 1/2 of that, just the metal handle. But yeah, a piece of metal would be good, or a smaller burners, multiple smaller burners. Two would be good, because at times I make coffee, and I'll be making have you seen me? No, I haven't done a cookery video of this. I haven't done a cookery video in forever. I've got a whole series of cooking with a tramp, but I do a meal, take like either a cup of soup or just a packet soup, and well, there's a few variations. Packet soup and packet mashed potato, so you get a nice flavoured pan of flavoured potato, or packet soup, lentils, and either pasta or rice. And a pan full is basically 2 meals. That can be my breakfast and lunch, or lunch and supper, dinner, whatever you want to. Whatever word you prefer for your evening meal. We call it tea where I'm from, in the north of England. Dinner and tea. Tea's not the drink, it's an evening meal. It's your main meal of the day. let's crack on, folks. Let's get to the bottom. Something about yodeling, almost self-cursus yodeling. Okay. Sit on the fly killer. Josie. Is that 2 moons behind? Behind you? 2. Shouldn't be. There's only 1 moon. Earth only has 1 natural satellite. Most of the time. Not always. Sometimes we pick up another one for a week or 3. Little ones that orbit. Basically anything that orbits is a moon, even if it's only temporary. But there's only 1. Why do you think 2? Is it my camera? Or is it it's coming through trees, or it was coming through trees. So you might get a glare or something around it. 3.5 hours, says Karen. It was indeed. Whoa! That was flies. I am sat a little bit further away from the camera than before I went to get the beer. Let me see whether I can... How are we for volume, folks? I am back on the phone today, even though it went bad yesterday. It is the phone rather than the tablet. Whoa! Whoa! Oh, these trousers are... They're ripping me a new one. Oh! Sign of Nature says, when you having some special guest appearances on here? I don't know how. I don't know who, I don't know why. Why would anybody want to appear with a tramp? What are you... It's not like a phone-in where I can bring on 10 different people, one after the other. I could start a stream with 1 guest, as I understand it, and that would be it to the end. It's not like I have OBS, Open Broadcast System, or Streamlabs, StreamYards, Stream whoever. None of that. It's just the YouTube built-in app. Check if it's gone dark on your end. It's very much gone dark on this end. I don't know how long ago you wrote that. I can tell though, I can see soon. 22:06, and it's currently 22:07. I'm only 1 minute behind. Oh, I've jumped to the bottom, haven't I? I deliberately came to the bottom. Ibiza final boss, please. I'm not getting that haircut. I'm not getting that haircut. Have you seen this, Karen? Are you aware of Ibiza final boss? It's a bowl cut. Looks like something out of the fucking Middle Ages or Norman Conquest. It's a bowl cut. Looks like something a monk might have had, except the top's still there. But there's this guy with his muscles and his arms and his tattoos and his sunglasses and his gold chain. He does look like a solid unit. I mean, I wouldn't be walking up to him to tell him that he looks like a dickhead with silly hair. But he looks like a dickhead with silly hair. Fight me! To be honest, I probably am the guy that would tell him in real life. If there was one guy there that was likely to tell him, come what may, bugger the consequences. It's more than 50-50 that it would be me. If it's the wrong trousers, Gromit or Wallace or whoever. Josie and Karen in the camp. Okay. Plenty of us younger folk will be in your shoes soon. Nice to pick up some pointers. Who was that? Well, he's been given pointers. I wrote it just then, it's bluish here. Really? You're an off-system survivalist. Well, I mean, technically I am off grid. I'm not a this is the thing. Survivalists are self-sufficient. I would say that I'm an e-beggar. Whereas you get the guys who just stand outside the supermarket, put their hand out and want money. Or maybe they'll sing or play. There's one guy apparently that Joby knows. This guy just blows down a didgeridoo. Like a plastic fake didgeridoo. There's no musicality to it. You just and people give him money, not because he's good at playing, just because it's obvious he's begging. I haven't got a musical note in my body. Apparently this guy hasn't either, but I'm not a survivalist. I'm not self-sufficient. I tried fishing and fucked it up. Not self-sufficient. Now, I can now tie more knots and do more things and adapt things, and I have more knowledge now than I had before I started all this, clearly. I have adapted. I was chopping wood with a knife and an iron bar. And I was chopping up gate posts and fucking fence posts and doors and pallets. I learnt a lot. I spent a year chopping wood before I got gas canisters and camp stoves and then big bottles of gas. Oh, and a gas barbecue in between from Damien's friend, who I think was called Roger. Don't know where I've suddenly remembered that from. I was struggling to remember the guy's name for fucking months, and suddenly I've remembered he was called Roger. I don't know if I'm remembering correctly or not, but I am. But yeah. So I have more knowledge now than I had before I started this. I watch the videos. I watch Corporal's Corner. I watch TA Outdoors and some of these other guys. Can I name them? I watch a load of them and I can't remember their names right now. And a lot of it has no practicality to me. It's like when people come on here and say, can't you dig a ditch and put things in and keep them cool? No, it's a cliff top. It's rock. The surface is broken up rocks. The surface isn't solid rock. The surface is lots of bits of rock that are breaking up as they're weathered and eroded over time. And there is a scattering of soil over the top, and in places it's a little bit deeper and the tree thinks it can have a go at growing for a few years, and then it falls over because it doesn't actually get down deep. The roots go down till they hit rock and then they go out, and there's no real stability, and then the tree goes over. The storm that we're talking about the day before, we're on Friday now, the storm Wednesday night into Thursday, 2 trees fell over. Or 2 big branches from the same tree. It's difficult to tell. They branch off really low down, like at the ground level. So they might be the same tree, or they might be different trees right abutted next to each other. But 2 big fucking trunk size lumps of wood have fallen over. Ruined my toilet, ruined my poo spot. Enough about that. Too much information. Yeah, I don't know, folks. I'm not a survivalist, though. I would love to be self-sufficient. I would love to be like Bear Grylls. Go off, catch some fish, gut them, scale them, get them on a fire. If I made a fire here, I'd get arrested now. We're 5 years into a fucking drought. Yeah. I have the knowledge of gutting and descaling and filleting. I can't catch a fish though. I could cook a mouse. How many of you were here yesterday? I had movement on my bed and I thought, well, it's just something blowing around. And then I looked And this cute little mouse just running. It had climbed up. The bedding's kind of fallen off the bottom of the... Because I have to bum shuffle like Tina to the bottom of the bed to get off. I can't get off the side of the bed and walk around. I have to get off the bottom. And so everything moves towards the bottom. And once every 2 or 3 days I pull everything back up. Well, something on the floor can just crawl up and on the bed. It got up and on the bed and off the corner and went down the side. And there are 2 mouse traps there or thereabouts. But the ants of the... What's the word? The ants have eaten the bait without triggering the trap, obviously. It's a mouse trap, not an ant trap. So all the ketchup or mayo or barbecue sauce or whatever that's in the 2 traps that are out has gone. So the mouse didn't bother with it. But I saw the little bugger. It was quite cute. I just don't want him in my fucking bedroom. I don't want him in my tent. I think he's getting in the side that where Tina's broken the zip off the doorway. Now the plastic at the side, what I call the skirt, that kind of 6-inch or 9-inch of plastic that would sit under the door, like the threshold. Well, without the zip, without that holding it upright, it slacks down and stuff can just walk in. Either that, or it's crawled up an electric cable from the EcoFlow or the cool box and crawled up the wire and up and over at this side. Or it's dug up and in, which has happened in the past, but usually in winter. I don't know why it would be there in daylight in early August, in summer. Don't know. But there's nothing food-wise in the bedroom for it to get to. So it must have just been an exploratory... He's off scouting. It's not that he's found something the day before and he's coming back now. I did say a couple of weeks ago that I thought I'd heard a mouse. And this makes me even more convinced. I was hoping I'd heard something scuttling about outside. But now... he was cute with his fucking big transparent ears. And I want him dead. Fuck the little bastard. Bear Grill sausages. Yeah. I'm working forwards now. I was working backwards, but I'm going to work blue bottle spray for me. Blue bottle spray. Self-sufficient is rare, nigh on impossible. Yeah, you need community, but yeah, okay, if a group of people can each contribute and do things, yeah. I'm not sure, like in some kind of post-apocalyptic society, there are people that would be far more useful to society than me. People like Scruff Dog and Big Clive, people like some of these survivalists and like TA Outdoors, Corporal's Corner, Sean Kelly, Corporal's Corner, people like those. Me? Do you need a website? Not much use for a website post-apocalypse. Maybe I can help you keep your phone running a little bit. Not sure, folks. Not sure. I have a wide knowledge, wide but not very deep. Broad but no depth. I don't go in depth on it. Then that, if there was one lesson, if I could go back and teach 5-year-old me or tell 5-year-old me one thing. Stop learning lots of shit this deep. Learn 3 or 4 things that deep. Get in depth on at least one field, but 2 or 3. Not even have to be related. If there's an overlap, that's nice, but if not, it's not. But stop learning a little bit of everything. Honestly, folks, I could have a conversation in a bar over the course of an hour with a nuclear physicist, with a caretaker, with a nurse, with a doctor. I could hold my own for an hour in a conversation with almost anyone. But what fucking use is that? if you want a job as a nuclear physicist, you've got to go a lot more deep, a lot more in depth than 1 hour's conversation. The same on any of that. I could have been a doctor. I had a good memory. I could have learned anything I wanted to learn. I could have been a lawyer. I could have been a doctor. If I'd gone deep, if I'd gone in depth. Apparently translator is the one thing I couldn't do. My inability to learn languages really did surprise me. It's memory. Just fucking remember shit. What's wrong with you? You learnt your multiplication tables, all right? I don't know. My inability to learn languages is a big failing. One of the more major failings in my life. But this thing of learning a lot of things shallow, there's no use for that. Nobody needs that. Who needs someone who knows this much about a topic when what you want someone who can do that? So that would be the one lesson I would tell myself if I could go back and meet the younger me. You'll need to repeat the mouse culling every so often, says Tom. Tom and Jerry. Is your avatar is still Tom, yeah? As in the cat. Oh, it looks like it. So yeah. I've still only got 2 of the mouse traps out. I'm gonna get. I was supposed to get the others out today. Somehow I didn't. I spent most of the day. You won't believe this. You know, I said about now I don't have to copy everything out on paper. And so prepping for TrampCast should be easy. I started a little bit late, but on and off I spent all day prepping these notes. The numbers round, and then reading through to refresh my memory of things, deleting extraneous info that wasn't needed. And I spent a disproportionate amount of time on prepping for today. I don't know why. I don't know how. Right, folks, I'm sorry if I haven't got to your messages. I'm going to go back to the bottom and I'm going to pick up and carry on. We're going to get this finished because it's 10:30 and I want to do a separate TrampCast. TrampCast Hangout, sorry. It should be a separate thing. So we were on Saturday, last I checked. The Russian guy. Okay. I mentioned in the Thankyous about Christian, so-called Daddy Christian, Tina's alternate daddy. If anything happened to me. So after we've had all this with Ilya and the wash and the making his coffee and all of that, my old friend, I think I can say friend again. I feel like he let me down majorly when I told him I was going to be made homeless, and he turned his back on me and wrote quite a nasty message. If you've heard the story, you've heard the story. If you've not, you don't need to. It's not important. I think we're on the verge of being friends again. He tends to only turn up when he needs something. This is a guy who's getting €800 a month in benefits, and some of the time he's getting food from a food bank or the Red Cross, and he's coming to the guy in the tent in the field for help. No help. But this time he got his money and he went out and straight away he bought some beer, stuck it in the fridge for 2 or 3 hours, freezer for 2 or 3 hours, and then brought it out here. So it was cold. He brought 12 beers. He drank 7 or 8 of them. I think I had 2, and he left me with 2. So, like I said before, in English we have the term Indian giver, which is possibly a little bit racist. It's where somebody brings you something and then they take most of it back. Brings 12 beers and he has about 7 or 8 of them himself. Thomas is off to meet his father and grandmother at a bar. Good night. Have a good one. Best wishes to you and all your family, my friend. Have a good night out. Rock me, that's not how you spell Amadeus, but yeah, okay. Amadeus, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Total myth. Wolfgang, German name. Mozart, it's got that harsh, it's got the Z's and the T's. German name. Amadeus, Latin. No German has a Latin middle name. Wolfgang Gottlieb Mozart. Gottlieb, loved by God. God, lieb, love. Amadeus, amore, love. Deus, God. God's love. But he deliberately, because he was German, and Italian music and Italian opera was all the rage at the time, he wanted to Italianize his name. So Wolfgang Gottlieb Mozart became Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Now you know. And I was taught that by my music teacher, Joshua Greenberg. It's not really my music teacher. It's Great Courses was the name of the company at the time. They keep changing their name, but it was Great Courses. And I think it was Joshua Greenberg. Now Greenberg, Monteverde, Greenberg, like iceberg, berg is a mountain, Green Mountain. Monteverde is Green Mountain as well. I just throw that out there. I pull this shit out my ass, I don't know why or how. Comes to me sometimes, not others. Okay folks, where were we? Christian arrived, brought beers, we had beers. He brought his little doggy, my little mate Akira, his little female dog. Akira and Tina were like sisters for 3 years back then. And then I moved out into my own apartment and Akira came round, and Akira must have broke some doggy rule. Akira was running around like she owned the place, and this is Tina's home. And Tina, fuck, I've never seen anything like it. Tina grabbed Akira by the fucking throat and would not let go. Would not let go. I couldn't pull her apart. We, the two of us, me and couldn't pull her apart. I was smacking Tina to let go because I thought she was going to bite the throat out of Akira. She had hold of her. She didn't break the skin. She was just letting her know, I fucking got you. And it's really frightening. I thought she was going to end her. And I don't know what Akira had done wrong. It's a doggy rule. It's something between her and Akira. And for months afterwards, Akira she would see Tina and just shake. She wouldn't come near her. Now they're just about friends again. A little bit wariness from little Akira. Tina's never done that before, never done it after. Something about Akira's behaviour in Tina's territory, or what Tina saw as Tina's territory. Yeah, I don't know. They're both approximately the same age as well. So anyway, yeah, Christian came, we had beers. 3 p.m. the Russian guy comes back for more coffee. Again, my fire, my water, my lighter. I mean, it sounds petty. I don't begrudge anybody a bit of, the flame to light a fire. But it's my gas. It's my water. If he came along at the end of a week and said, oh yeah, here's a bottle of water to replace what I've had. If he chucked me €1 or two for the gas that he's used. No. The last 3 or 4 days, he's only been here once or twice in total, over 4 days. I'm almost worried about him. Almost, but not quite. Something might have happened. His little kettle thing, his little, stovetop espresso. I think it's espresso. I'm not a coffee nut. I did do the website for the Specialty Coffee Association of Europe and then the International Cocoa Organization. I guess there used to be one organization, well, they were related. But I'm not a coffee wonk. I have instant, powdered, polvo in Espanol. Café polvo. Anyway. So when Christian leaves after the beers, comes at the top of the field on the main road, he's left his phone. They go chasing after him and shouting him back. The guy, he's not always all there. He's on medication. I don't know what I should say. I maybe shouldn't. Let's just say that he doesn't always follow the rules of his medication. When I lived with him, not like that. But when I lived there, when we were in the same apartment, I took his meds off him, and I gave him the correct dosage each morning and each night. Because if I didn't, he would take a week's worth one morning, and then not take any for half a week, and he'd be up and down like a fucking yo-yo. The time that he took himself off to the psychiatrist, got himself taken in for 5 days, and then came home. This is a guy who gets taken in for taking too many at once, right? ODing. And at the end of his stay in hospital, he comes home with a paper bag just full of tablets. What? He's in for swallowing more than you can do, and he comes home carrying this paper bag just full of tablets. What was he thinking? What the fuck kind of healthcare is that? Yeah, you're in for trying to top yourself for you overdose. Yeah, no. Here, have a month's worth, and here's a rucksack to carry it in. It's a paper bag, but it was big. It was a big paper bag, like a carrier bag. You don't really need plastic bags in Spain because you'll need plastic bags where it rains. Paper bags everywhere else in the world. But anyway, my mate Christian leaves and leaves his phone, and I go chasing him. Saturday night, this is the beginning of no big Clives for a while. He's away working on the Edinburgh military tattoo, doing the electrics and things all around the lights. When things break and need repairing and need taking apart and patching back together, on the fly, sometimes while they're still plugged in with power running through them, he's your man. The Edinburgh Royal Military Tattoo. So there's no Clive, but I intended to watch Scruff Dog that night, and this isn't the engine stream. This is just a relaxed hangout like this. He's starting at 11. No hope. Fell asleep about 9:30 and wake up after it's done. Sorry, Scruff. I intended to be there, mate, but I guess, well, I don't know, I somehow had a sleep deficit, even though I'd slept really strong a couple of nights early with the Jägermeister, but I guess sleeping really well because alcohol probably isn't a real sleep. Like I said, I'm going to try not to do that again. Fell asleep at 9:30 and woke up at 2:30 after Scruff would finish. And that was Saturday night into Sunday, folks. And I've got no notes for Sunday, so you can take it as read that Sunday was standard. Walk the dog, solar panels out, make some coffee, maybe breakfast, maybe not. Watch some videos, and somewhere around 10 o'clock start preparing for TrampCast. I would have still been writing the notes out, I think, at this time. I'd not started using the tablet for TrampCast notes, I don't think. But that would have been the day, preparing, and then a TrampCast and a TrampCast hangout Sunday night. I assume, for some reason, part of the slump and the, I'm not going to say depression, although I just said it, but just part of that malaise, that's a better word than depression. Part of that malaise, I didn't always write notes in that period. I'm better now, I think. Maybe. So there we go, folks. That was the week that was. Now, upcoming from there, I'm not sure. I knew that I'd got 2 or 3 weeks with no one in country. No. So I have that little and lost and alone, that little abandoned feeling that if something happens, I haven't got many people. There are a couple. Adela lives over there, but I don't like to disturb her. She's got other things going on. The last I heard, she was waiting for her shoulder to be operated on and pinned. Keeps dislocating. If she moves wrong, it like dislocate 5 times a week kind of thing. So she's waiting for. She was waiting for an operation on that. She went in for the operation, and they said, yeah, sure, just give us this piece of paper. What? Yeah, you went and you had a tachydecardiogram or a, I don't know, whatever. No, we will have sent you an appointment to go, you do that and we can't operate until you've done this. No, you never did that. You never told me about that. It's the first I've heard of it. I haven't had the appointment. I haven't done. Oh, well, we can't do the operation without that. Go away. Let's start the whole appointment process all over again. I've said before about Spain. They love their bureaucracy, but unlike Germany, Sweden, maybe Norway, unlike these places, Spain loved their bureaucracy, but those other places are really good at it and efficient at it. Spain are really inefficient and really bad at it. And I personally think it's a deliberate choice. Multiple visits, keeps people in work. 20 visits instead of 2 visits. All those extra employment hours, all those extra jobs that are needed. A guy on here called David, who is Spanish, disagrees and thinks it's just random shit rather than a deliberate ploy. I can't be definitive on these things. I can just state my feelings, my belief, and that was my belief. So that was the week that was, folks. Being here alone, heat. I have plenty of water suddenly after the previous couple of weeks of people dropping lots of water. So that's a weight off my mind, because I can't go. It's only 500 meters that way. I have the water purification tablets, or I can boil it, but I can't get there because I can't leave doggy. Yeah. But I don't think I had any other. I'd had a couple of police visits, hadn't I, in quick succession. So that's hanging over me. A couple of other things hanging over me. If you know, you know. I'll have a quick look through chat, see what I've missed. But what I'm thinking, guys, is I'm going to call this one quits any moment now. Then maybe give me half an hour or an hour, and we'll come back and do a TrampCast hangout. Unstructured, free for all, just you and me in chat. if any of you are up for it. Guys and gals, thumbs up if you haven't. Worth, just worth me re-mentioning for... I know people cycle in and cycle out. When I look at the stats of this afterwards, the average length of a visit is like 20-25 minutes. Now, the average is dragged down. A lot of people jump in, don't know what's going on, watch 2 or 3 minutes and go. So the rest of you that are here for an hour and a half, 2 hours, 3 hours, thank you very much. You are holding the average up, because the 100 people that come in and watch 5 minutes and think, what the fuck is this shite, and go, yeah, affects the average. Lots in, lots out. But maybe, once they've seen a little bit, maybe YouTube will offer it up in future and they might come back and give it another go. I can't break off every 5 minutes to explain to everybody what's happening. What is this? Who is this? If you're new here and you want to know, I am a homeless guy. I am a, for want of a better word, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Americans might say a bum, a person who lives rough or on the streets, or in my case, sleeps in a field, lives in a field. Delta Mike, that's me, down and out. It's not just for it's not just for display, it's not for show. I am a down and out, a tramp, a hobo, blah 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 blah. I'm in a place called Torrevieja, a city on the southeast coast of Spain. A city where I don't, a country where I don't speak the language very well. I can read it, almost. I can't hear it, and I can't say it. So for anyone who wants to know, that is the situation. For anybody who wants to say, why don't you just get on a plane and go back to England? You're out there. I know there's at least one of you thinking it right now. Why doesn't he just... It's only 30 euros to get home. Dog. 500 euros to get home. Plus paperwork, administration, whatever. My bank has my money and won't let me have my money. My bank have decided I'm not me. Or they're not sure that I'm me. So to protect my money, they won't let me have it. For 3 years now. The only process they've given me to get my money back is to step into my bank, my branch, not just a bank of that particular flavour. It has to be my bank in Lancaster now. They closed the Morecambe one where I would have gone. My bank in Lancaster in England is where I would have to go with multiple forms of identification. And the Spanish police are 50-50 at any moment whether they'll let me leave the country or whether there's a warrant out for me. They like to tell me, they like to have a court date, not tell me about it, and then arrest me for non-attendance. And every time they do so, there are no further charges, there's nothing extra added to sentences or anything, because they can't prove they ever told me about the court case. But I do spend the night in the cells every now and again when they do this. And when I turned up at the last time I turned up at the airport, you guessed it, there was a warrant. Plus, I am here kind of illegally. When I do eventually get through the airport and go to leave, I won't be able to get on the plane that I've paid for, because I'll be taken off into a darkened room and questioned about how long I've stayed, how much they want to fine me, how long they want to ban me from Schengen. There'll be all these things. Long story, folks. TrampCast 001. So this was TrampCast 79, I think. But TrampCast number 1, TrampCast 001, for the full backstory. Who is this guy? What's his history? What's his educational background? His family background? Work background? Business background? Did he go to university or not? Why? Why is he in Spain? How did he end up in Spain? How did he end up homeless? All of these questions and more. How long's he had his dog? Why's he got a dog? Because she's a doggy darling. But all of those questions and more, TrampCast 001. Gonna have a quick, I am only going to work downwards, so if I've missed anything up above, sorry. But I'm working down from where the Rock Me Amadeus. Yeah, we went off on one about Amadeus. Trondheim, that's Norway. I have a friend of a friend who moves between Trondheim and Italy. Kids custody. That was Thomas leaving. Did Rob leave as well? I can see. I think Josie saying goodnight, Rob. Have fun. Oh no, she meant Thomas. Okay. Falco, Rock Me Amadeus. It was indeed. Falco. He's dead as well, isn't he? I don't think he lived too long. What do you want to tell your mum and dad? Mum's definitely dead. Dad probably is by now, but I don't know. I ain't got much to say. Nothing to say to him. Hope you've had a happy life, whatever. Was my hero as a kid. My dad was in the parachute regiment. My dad was the kind of guy who could walk through a crowd and other people would just fucking... And he wasn't, he's not like 6 foot and twice as wide. The British Army are not like that. Your best soldiers are about 5'8", 5'9", maybe 5'10" at a push. The big lunking 6 foot guys are a liability. If they get shot, it's going to need 2 guys to carry them out of the fucking way. The SAS, they're not 6'5", built like a brick. They're not Arnold Schwarzenegger. They're 5'6", 5'7", 5'8". You need other people to be able to pick you up and carry you out the fucking way. It's an aside. My dad was in the Paris. He was my hero. He did the dirty on my mum. They split up on my 16th birthday, which did the dirty on me and wrecked me during my mock exams. I'd had the best. I'd had a day where we did 3 mock exams, and I marked myself in the exams. Some of them were multiple choice, some of them were essays, and I would some of them you had to do 2 or 3 essays, answer multiple questions, essay style, and I marked myself during the exams, the multiple choice in particular. When you've got something, that you've got that one right. And some of them when you've narrowed it down to 2 and it's 50-50. So you count up the ones that you definitely know. You count up the ones that you're 50-50 and you have it. You're going to get half of those right, aren't you? The ones where you're down to 1 in 3, allow yourself a third of those. And the ones where you're just fucking guessing, it's a quarter or a fifth depending on how many options there are. I marked my own exams and marked them to within 1% typically. Even the essays, I knew whether I'd done a good answer or whether I was padding it and just spouting shite. I'd had this great day. On the way home, I'm talking with the girl next door. And I thought it was going really well. And then I get home. And me and my sister get home. My brother's already been home and been allowed to go out to play. And Dad just says, it's not your mum's fault. And he picks up his bag and he leaves. He'd only got home the night before. I'd got in trouble at school for not doing homework the night before, not handing in homework. Because I saw my dad for the first time in like 11 or 12 months. Might even have been 18. I saw my dad for the first time in fucking months. He came home, he was home for 1 night. Next day was my birthday, everything had gone fantastic, and then the bastard fucked off. On my 16th birthday. I got nothing to say to him. I've had nothing to say to him since. He got hold of me 3 or 4 years before I came to Spain. He wanted to know what our address was in the UK. The house that him and my mum had bought. He didn't know the fucking address. And he only wanted that because he wanted some health stuff doing. He wanted the NHS to look after him, despite the fact he'd not lived in the country for fucking 20 years. That's all he wanted. He rang me because he needed something healthcare wise. As part of the divorce, my mum had to sign away mine and my brother and sister's rights to any inheritance from him. So there was all the house stuff, and there was some money to look after her kind of thing, but she had to sign away our rights to any inheritance from him. And he was a part owner of a company building up fucking pipelines and refineries in Africa. I got nothing to say to that, man. My mum's dead. I've got nothing, obviously nothing but best wishes, and every now and again I invite her down for a cup of coffee. I'll put the kettle on, I'll sit in the tent or sit here, and I'll say, come on down, Eileen. Let's have a brew, mum. Come on down, mum. Let's have a brew. Let's have a chat. Yeah, life's not going great. Things are a bit tricky. How's everything with you? And sounds silly. Almost as bad as me talking to Orion when I was going off my nut, or going off my tits in that 5 months after the flood, when I had nothing. See, when you look around now, phone, tablet, electric lanterns, gas bottles and gas stoves. I've got a watch. I've got a cool box, a solar panel, the EcoFlow, Christmas tree lights and garden lights, solar powered, battery powered lights, slow cooker. Oh, there's a television in there. I've only plugged it in 3 times, but I've got a television. Electric fan I've been using continuously through the day from 10 o'clock in the morning until 5 or 6 at night. That fan is on continuously. All these things I have. Tent. I started in a field with a bag of my own possessions, 2 picnic blankets and a sunbed mattress. And I had, don't get me wrong, I had electronic devices to begin with. They got wiped out in the first night in this field. The field flooded on night number 1. Phone, tablet, and Kindle book reader, proper Kindle, not the Kindle Fire. I had the tablet was a Kindle Fire, but I had a proper Kindle for reading books. All wiped out. Either on the first day or 30 days later when the second flood came. So yeah, what have you got to say to your parents? Fine with my mum, she's dead, but I still chat with my mum. Dad, I don't know whether he's alive or dead, and I'm not that bothered. One of the greatest is not the right word. One of the, what's the word I'm looking for? I want to say bounding, but that's not the right word. A really strong memory from my late teenage years, maybe early 20s. The police knock at the door, and I answer it. And the police are, and they say, is this the family name household? Yeah. Okay. Can we talk perhaps? We're looking for Eileen. Oh, okay, my mum. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Can you get your mum? Why? Well, what is? There's been a death in the family. Oh, she won't be bothered. I said to them, she won't be bothered. No. It's her mum's died. I said, yeah. Like I said, she won't be bothered. No, we have to, it's our duty, we have to, I said, well, she doesn't want to fucking know. And I shout up, my mum's in her room, which was up the stairs. She's in a, it was a bedroom, but it's kind of converted, she converted to a living room. Mum, police are here. I said, it's bad news. And she comes out and she says, "What?" I said, your mum's died. My grandma, she's died. Oh, I don't care." And the police said, "No, your mum has passed." Yeah, I heard you. I just don't care. Off defunct. Exactly as I told them, she won't care. Not a nice family, by all accounts. I've said this before. I'll say it this one time. My mum was told that birthday cards and birthday presents were something that you only got on your 18th birthday. She waited her whole life. She waited her whole childhood to turn 18. She was already working from 14 or 15 onwards in sewing factories. She waited and waited for a birthday card and a birthday present on her 18th birthday. Didn't get one. She spent half her childhood sleeping out in the coal shed on a mouldy mattress out in the with coal. There's worse. I'm not gonna go into it here. But yeah, my mum had a hard time. My mum had a hard life. My dad seems to have had a good life, but we saw none of it. Oscar's off. Okay, I don't know how long ago. Can't you put your camp on stilts raised above floodplain? If you can drive stilts into solid rock, yeah, maybe. We're okay now. The council came along on the December. So I moved here in the October 10th. November 10th into 11th, it flooded the second time. December, the local authority came along and dug a drainage ditch at the top of the road, and then built a ford for it to cross this track, this road, and off into a gully and off to the sea. Hasn't flooded since, but I am worried that they're not maintaining it. There are trees and big bushes and things growing in that drainage ditch, which could easily, debris in the floodwater could easily lodge against them and create a dam and force the water back down this way. So I'm a little bit worried about that, but I don't, in general, I'm fairly secure here now. We haven't had any floodings in the last 2.5, almost 3 years, isn't it? I mean, by November the 11th, it'll be 3 years since it last flooded here. Which is a lot of the reason that this field is a lot deader than it used to be. Josie's got friends coming round, she's off. I'm going to call it quits here, folks, for maybe half an hour, maybe an hour. I don't know what time it is. It's 11 o'clock. Shall we pick up at midnight? Or maybe 11:30 or midnight? If any of you want to. If you don't want to, say so. If nobody wants to. This has gone on and on and on quite long. Too long for a TrampCast proper. It has been more like a hangout towards the end here. I'm thinking give me half an hour at least, just to take care of a few things and make a cup of coffee and stuff. I don't know whether I need food. I had food earlier. I am a 1 meal a day man at the minute. Half an hour, and we'll see how we go. I need a little bit of time to create the stream as well. It might be near midnight by the time we're done. Midnight my time. So half an hour to an hour from now. Come back to me, folks, if you want. On the way out the door, if you could hit the thumbs up if you haven't, and we'll pick this up. Any comments that need any kind of follow-up, I'll try and make a note of when I watch this back tomorrow or the day after, and I'll try and come back to such things. But for now, can I do this? We have got light. It is the phone, so we have got. I'll do this, and I'll click this. I'll move here. Oh, and I'll do this, and I will say, "Hey Tina." No. Oh, well, it cut off and reconnected. So, give me between half an hour and an hour, folks. I'm not sure how it's going to work out. But for now, in the tradition of the channel, and you've got to have your traditions. What are we without our traditions? From Tina. Whoa. And from me, Delta Mike. Out. Catch you later.